for the use of the TDZ surcharge.
So this is also is going to affect the Sheraton as well?
No, ma'am.
So only this, will it affect all the hotels that are downtown?
No, ma'am, just this particular property. What you may have heard me mention earlier is that there is currently a surcharge at the Sheraton. There is currently one at the Peabody.
What are they?
The same 5% surcharge.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So with creating this with the state and there are already surcharges that already exist at the other hotels that are downtown, I mean, I'm just asking because this is not my lane. Okay, so why are we creating a new ordinance if it's one already exists? I know the state. Yes.
Yes, James McLaren, 6075 Poplar Avenue. The reason that we had to come before you and ask for you to pass this ordinance is that that's what the state law requires in order to let them take advantage of this way to raise additional funds to renovate their hotel and keep it up to date over this 30-year period. As Ms. Ryan had said, this has been done before in downtown Memphis for the Sheraton, for the Peabody, and the Peabody's using it exactly the same way for long-term renovation of the hotel. And there's also a surcharge that exists at Graceland.
And so you're doing this so we won't have to raise any taxes, am I right?
It really is a financing mechanism to help make the hotel owners maintain their hotels,
Okay.
which allows the city to have better hotels moving forward.
Which will not affect raising taxes and putting this burden on the constituents, right?
You are correct.
That's what I wanted to make sure, make
Yes.
clear of that. So thank you. I yield.
Councilman Warren?
Yes. So I think the thing about this particular type of ordinance is it's very specific to the people who are running the hotel. If you notice, the Peabody Hotel is being maintained, okay? The Sheraton wasn't. So I think the people who own the Sheraton were not from our city. They're from out of town, and they took the money and ran. And we've got people running the Peabody and people running this that are from our hometown. So I feel much more comfortable with this than I did with the Sheraton. And hopefully we'll be able to use the Sheraton money now that we've got some local financial control over to make it better too. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Is there anyone else in the queue? I just want to make sure that you have coffee in the rooms. That's the only thing I don't like about the caption.
We will.
Don't make me go downstairs for coffee. That's the worst. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. This will go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2 is an update on M Street Fiber Project from Mr. Charles Elliott, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Walker. If you'll come on up, state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. There it is. Good morning, Charles Elliott, 100 Peabody Place, Suite 800, Grades 103, M Street Fiber. I want to first thank the committee and specifically Councilwoman Walker for this, give us a chance for this update. I want to give you an update on where we are and what we're building and so forth. So as we talk about accelerating this opportunity in Memphis, I wanted to just give an update that allows for us to discuss or for you to have an update on where we are and what we're doing and where we're building. So the agenda for the day is 3 things: deployment, which is construction, where we're building; economic and workforce development, because we promised to do that as part of this project; and of course, digital inclusion or empowerment, which will show where we've partnered with nonprofits that do just that. Thank you. We want to make sure we're aligned. The city has 3 things that we've talked about quite a bit: opportunity and growth, access and inclusion, and infrastructure modernization. One of the things that we can talk about opportunity and growth, we're creating opportunities for MWBs to grow. We have As you'll see on another slide, we have a lot of local MWBs on this particular project. For access and inclusion, we're partnering with local nonprofits to help low-income residents with their digital skills. As we know, this is becoming a digital-centric society. And lastly, infrastructure modernization. We're delivering utility-grade, future-enabling infrastructure throughout Memphis to help the city of Memphis apply technology to solve issues and challenges. From the time we were here last in 2004, we've done a lot of work. We have now passed over close to 65,000 premises, which, according to the ordinance, we're about 127% of that. The first ordinance was 20% of the overall premises in the city. By next year, at this time, we'll have over 100,000 premises passed. For low-income residences, we have over 17,000 passed. Again, this represents 130% of the ordinance requirements, which is 10% of low income, as designated by the city. And this time next year, we have over 40,000 homes and premises passed. It means we have fiber in front of that particular location, and we can serve it, and it's been tested. We have over 6 million feet of linear fiber, which represents about 1,250 miles that are in the ground and in the air. And by this time next year, we're looking to hold close to 8 million. And thus, over about 1,500 miles of fiber. In the ordinance, we said 6,000 connection points you have to meet. In our contract, 10,000. We're at 5,100 already. By this time next year, we'll have over 8,500. These are connection points that the city gets to use at its own discretion. And they choose how to use them. From a deployment perspective, we've done a lot of work with, again, over 65,000 premises, from SFUs or single-family homes to MDUs, to businesses, small and medium and large. As you can see to the left, our construction to date, we've built in particularly District 1, Frazier, Raleigh, many in District 4, and District 2, Orange Mound, quite a bit in Frazier. So we've done a lot. Our build is from east to west, as you see a lot of the green to the right. Our data center's there, so we build east to west, and you'll continue to see, if you look to your right, a construction plan that starts to move westwardly very quickly. And so we'll be covering a lot more of Memphis, and we'll continue to build on the same this line of build. And one of the things, if you go back real quick, just real quick, when I look at this particular map, particularly being from Memphis myself, I had a chance to spend time in North Memphis and Frazier, Binghamton, and areas where that we now will be covering with this fiber, so we can make sure that everyone is covered throughout the city as we continue to build. One of the things we sort of pride ourselves on is communicate with the residents. And I know you get some of these calls and these emails, so we implore you to let us know as quickly as possible so we can fix issues as they are there. But we have this number that's 24/7, this 901-440 number, and we send these flyers out, or these door hangers rather, 72 hours to construction, so that folks know, especially if we're doing like micro trenching, which is in the street, to move their cars, to give them know we're coming so they can be prepared. So when we get in the right of way, that they understand why we're there. And throughout construction, we continue to have this number open. We continue to respond to those numbers, and we try to respond within 24 hours once we get the information, what has happened, what is going on, so we can now respond quickly. Thank you. We spent to date, probably a little bit more than this now, the numbers we pulled from a week ago, $16.5 million with local MWBs. That's everything from constructing on the network in the distribution areas to working in our particular offices to you name it. We have spent $16.5 million. That represents about a 30% gain on the 15-year pilot we got with Edge. We said we spent $55 million over the 15-year, and we're now at 16 to 17 million, which gives us in the first few years of the 15 a big jump. We've used over 86 local businesses who've been hired on the project, and we have 160 plus Memphians working. So we want to talk about that impact, and some of these companies, ProTech, Systems, Technology, Allworld, are local minority women-owned businesses that we've used on the project. part of the workforce development, we developed a curriculum with Tech 901, and as you can see, it's very comprehensive. It's everything from basic software to hands-on labs. And so as we look at this, it takes us from Module 1 to Module 6, and it introduces the student to multiple concepts. And what I like about this is we take them from being a beginner to then when they finish at the hand-on lab, they know how to do more, and they prepare for certification. And as you know, certification gets you a job with the industry. We've trained over 285 Memphians, plan to train another 270 in the next 12 months. Again, Tech 901 is our Tech Essentials, but the two on the end, Progeny Place and Western Tennessee A&M, are with fiber splicing, and which is a direct job that is directly working on the actual project. And so those are hands-on classes. Folks can now move from, no matter where they come from, no matter what their background, they're changing careers, come into our classes, take the training, and then qualify to be a fiber splicer. And those fiber splicers make a minimum of $25, $30 an hour. And we need some more, so if you know anybody, tell them to come see us. From digital inclusion perspective, I say this all the time, it's good to build a network to people's homes, but if they don't know how to use it, they don't have a device, they don't know how to get on, then what good is it? And so we found that out during COVID, right? That maybe you may have something at your house, but you gotta know how to use it. So our digital literacy curriculum is for people in the neighborhood to be able to learn. So we go from how to use a device, which I think sometimes we think is intuitive, but it's not. We teach people how to use the device. We give them the device when they finish. And then all the way to preparing them for being able to have a job in a tech-enabled space. As you know, tech is the future. And everything we touch, even from social services, is digital. And here are our partnerships. We do our best to be as diverse with our partners. It's called Progeny Place. And we also partner with Latino Memphis to provide equipment for digital life skills. And the device distribution was ER2, another minority-owned business that we continue to work in Memphis and provide those devices to when the students are finished. You see 10 courses across 6 modules and 140 for Memphis train is because we make the classes small so that people can learn. As you know, with these digital classes, having taught these myself, you want a small group of people so they can ask as many questions and get as much hands-on experience as possible. Well, as I said before, and I say it again, our role is to transform Memphis, one of the country's least fiber-connected cities, to a national model of digital inclusion and opportunity. And as we saw through the project, through this presentation, we're including local MWEs, we're including local businesses, and we're building on pace to meet the need of the ordinance in our contract with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam. And thank you, Mr. Elliott, for joining us today. So I requested this item since the council had not received an update from M Street Fiber in a while. And I just believe that it's important for this body to remain informed about the project's current progress, ongoing developments, and its overall direction. So, Mr. Elliott, I appreciate you for coming today, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. I think it was very informative. Thank you for bringing this, Councilwoman Walker. Are there other? Yes, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for bringing this presentation. You've told us all the good stuff. Have there been any major barriers or things that we've ran into that you think that it's important that we should know and maybe can help improve it? Because, I mean, it's always good to hear the good stuff.
Right.
And we hear the good stuff in those seats all the time. Yeah. And it's very plush. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure there's barriers, because if you're living and you got a business in this project, as important as this project is, could you tell us or could you share with us, and not to bring any negativity, it's just to bring truth and to trust but verify as well. Thank you.
As I've said at the beginning of the project, to make a cake, you got to break some eggs. And most of the time we talk about the cake and don't talk about breaking the eggs. And so we do. A few of those are, residents are concerned about when in their neighborhood. So we're doing our best to be have resident communication improve. And so one of the things you can help us with is as they come to you and say, hey, they're tearing up my neighbor, they're tearing up my yard, let us know as quickly as possible. We're going to do and put it back exactly like it was per what we agreed to. And so as soon as we can know, we'll get, I'll get staff out there, we get it fixed as soon as possible. And we monitor that, so we want to make sure we're replying as quickly as possible. And so I get with our contractors, if they're not replying as quickly as possible, I do come down on them a little bit and say, I need to do better.
Well, Mr. Elliott, thank you for sharing that with me, because that's our concerns on the other side with our fiber, smart Memphis fiber. And thank you for being honest and open and sharing that there are barriers. There are things that are happening. And especially when you are dealing with on people's property and at the easement, and that brings that. So I want to tell you thank you for sharing that, because we are experiencing that, and we are getting several emails. I don't think we've got anything about your contractors or your business or what, the project you're doing, but I have gotten some on the other side, and I think they're coming up pretty soon to talk about it. So I just want to tell you thank you, and if there's anything that we can do, I appreciate you. If our constituents do get in touch with us, thank you for making that open door policy. We can immediately contact you so you all can handle it and put it back like you found it.
Right, and we want to continue to partner with you, let them know that we're in the business of providing them strong broadband, and I look forward to working with you going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. It's a lot to say. Sorry, I still need more coffee this morning. Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Thank you for being here and for your presentation and the work that is going on. I just wanted to ask, as we install fiber, on in like you started in District 1 area because of where the entry point and you're going to go around. So before you move to another location, is it possible to test or to assess the quality of the installation or the quality of the fiber that's in that area before you move on to install? So I guess I'm asking, I think you have a service provider that you're working with, and so for those people that have already, bought into the service, how can we ensure that the quality of the fiber is there before we move on? Maybe collaborating or being informed by the service provider on how the customers are responding to the service.
You must have been looking at my sheet, because that's one of the things I was going to say, but I didn't get the question. We're doing now, Vicky Bursis on my team is leading what we call NPS calls. Those are calls that we call every customer and say, how is it going? And we record it, 1 to 10. If it's a 3 or a 2, we record it. We take it back to our service provider team and say, hey, this is a problem. They've tested the speed. The speed is not what we said it was going to be. You need to fix it, and we're going to help you fix it. If it's a 10, we still respond, because we want the customer to have the best possible experience they can have. So whatever's going on, so we've been doing these calls over the last 3 to 4 months. To that point, we started doing that because of what you just said. We want to make sure going forward that our customers are taken care of before we move into a new place. Well, also what we're doing is what we call OTDR testing. I don't want to get too technical, to ensure that those fiber is working, that the light is there. So we're doing some retesting. We're working on getting that done to make sure that before we move to the next one. That's also part of our normal process. So as we move to each neighborhood, we're already doing that process.
Okay, and that data is available.
Some of it's commercially sensitive because of what is being said and I want to give it to Ting. If Ting wants to share it, they can, but we do respond. So some of the data you'll get because you tore up my front yard. The road is right of way. People cut their yard. That's their yard. And even though it's the right of way, we got to put it back. So that kind of thing you'll get. Speed on the service, which it's a 2 gig service. If it's a 1.5 gig, you're going to get that's going to be routine. We work with them to ensure the customer has what they paid for.
Okay, and I don't know how the city is monitoring the quality, but I just want to make certain that with the installation may be done according to the regulations, but the actual quality of the fiber itself, how they're splicing it or putting it together and under the conditions that it's according to industry, so that we will have a great product.
Well, for the strands that the city owns, which is the 36 strands within the sheath and the 12 strands of the sites, we do have, there's in the ordinance, we have to test a certain way. and we have to give those test results to you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep, we owe that to you when we finish.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. So with what you just said about this testing and giving the report to the city, within that, are you able to have an estimated value of the fees that are not being charged to your company versus to the city?
What do you mean? Maybe I misunderstood.
What is the estimated cost in lost revenue to the city as?
Well, there's no lost revenue. The city has dark fiber, and we provide that to them, and whatever they decide to put on that fiber is the city. I'm not sure if any revenue has been generated off of the fiber. Okay. So,
Well, he can, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So from that perspective, the fiber's tested and can work. The city has to put those applications in place.
If you want to state your name and address for the record, and then you can speak.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Sounds better. I'm Jason Mulligan. I am the owner's representative for the Smart City Fiber Project for the city of Memphis, representing the city of Memphis. Been in the role for a little over 2 months. So pause there. You want to finish that, Charles? And then, yeah. Let's rephrase. So the question was around revenue loss, or could you just rephrase the question?
So is the city able to calculate the estimated value of the right-of-way that's not being charged to you all? And is that a loss of income for us?
That's the first time I've even considered that. We're going to have to go back to the drawing board with engineering to look at. So you're saying the opportunity cost of right-of-way that's going to fiber, what that could be used for, what that revenue difference would be.
Can I speak to that just quickly?
Sure.
Part of the ordinance of 5887 was if we do the things like offer 10,000 connection or 6,000 connection points, do 60% of the city, 60% of low income, the right-of-way fees will be waived. So we also have to do those 6,000 connection points, which I talked about earlier. We have to provide over 100 anchor sites. So if we provide that, then the right-of-way fees are waived. We're doing it, and we're providing that through our normal build.
Okay, thank you for that. So if the fees are waived, what is that cost to the city by waiving the fees?
That would be an engineering. Yeah.
So, council members, what typically happens is when there is an installation of fiber in the right-of-way, there is a lease or an agreement that we execute, and we actually lease that space. What is occurring now is there's a cost recovery. So for every employee that we utilize to actually inspect the quality, inspect and provide the permit, there is a cost back to M Street and their subsidiaries or their other groups. So that offsets any current loss of revenue at this particular point. And that was in the original conversation and agreement, such that we all came back and we were all made whole to the extent that we actually improved the city. Now, what it does not prohibit is it doesn't prohibit the opportunity for others to have access to the right of way, to install fiber and to improve as well. So we still have those opportunities. But with this particular project, the cost recovery was built into the project itself so that we can gain from those that would actually be performing the work.
Thank you for that clarification. I did have something else for you, Mr. Elliott. Dealing with the low income support, what is the percentage of M Street's currently passed homes that categorize as low income?
Right now, we're passing, based out of the 65,000, we're past about 17,000 is included in that. I got to go back and calculate the percentage. So 65,000 we've passed. Of those 65,000, over 17,000 are considered low income.
And of the current low-income subscribers, of your current subscribers, what percentage of those are low income?
The number of subscribers about 12%. Now, when I mentioned 65,000 and 70,000, those are what we passed, not necessarily subscribers. But of our subscribers, we do have about 12% are considered low income.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So yeah, with the first question, I did say pass, and yeah, okay, thank you for that. And then finally, do you all have any internet offerings or affordability programs currently for your low-income subscribers?
We do, and Ting is who our revenue partner is, has what we call TAP. It's an affordability program. When they sign up for Ting, go to ting.com/Memphis. They put in there the program pops up if they qualify, and usually they use the government standards to be able to qualify, and they get offered $40 for the same service you would get for the normal $89.
Okay, and finally, is there anything else that you or I have not mentioned today dealing with the low-income subscribers that you would want to share?
Not right off the top, but however, we need, as much as we can get the word out for our low-income groups and our different census tracts, because what happens is we can provide access and we can make it affordable, but it has to be adopted. And so part of that adoption is what we're talking about with the training and the workforce development that we're doing so that they know that the opportunity is there so they can use it in certain ways. And one of the things we're in this training of what we call digital empowerment is that folks know that everything's becoming digital, from social, from telemedicine. So we want to make sure people understand what it's used for. So you can say, hey, you got a network and it's great, but what am I using it for? And when I already got, something here, or I'm using my phone, we're saying that as things become more digital, one of the things that is said by one of the forums is that we're going to be doing petabytes of data per home in the next 10 years. That's never been heard of before. The amount of petabyte that every home is going to use.
What is a petabyte?
It's about 1,000 megabytes. But it basically, you think about this, and I probably should introduce that word in public. So when you think about what you have now of gigabytes, think about multiply that times 1,000. And so you literally go from a 2-lane highway to an 8-lane highway. So think about it in that particular location. So that's what we're using, and that's what we're saying we're going to offer so that they can use the service in the proper way.
Okay, and I just learned something. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I think we all did. I have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue again.
Thank you, Chair. Councilwoman Walker, and I think yourself, Ms. Dillard, had just mentioned Ting. And I know that Ting is now M Street partner. Am I correct? You all are partnering with them.
That's correct.
To provide the internet service to our residents and our constituents here in Memphis. Ting, from my understanding, and you can clarify it, is experiencing some financial difficulties that we're hearing. And they've put a pause on some of their fiber deployment in markets like Alexandria and Virginia. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of some of what they've done.
Does Ting, being your partner, intend to continue to serve Memphis with the financial difficulties? See, we're going to put everything on the table, not to embarrass, but we got to be real right now. Our country's in a very critical position, and Memphis is part of it. We are on the news everywhere. Everything is going on. So economic-wise and what we need to do and make sure that we do it decently and in order, we need to understand that. Where are we here in Memphis with this happening in other states and other places?
Ting has publicly stated its commitment to Memphis. Not only, if you look publicly, they've stated it to me. They've stated it to our senior executives that they plan to be in Memphis. And so we also have designed what we call an open access network, where over time, others can get on the network as well. So it's not an exclusive network. It's an open access network where other ISPs can actually get on the network as well.
So is there a contract out there stating if something does not fall through with what is happening everywhere else, that we have guardrails to protect our residents and to protect our finances here in Memphis?
Yeah, so Ting's financials, on the private side of the business, We actually are working with Ting now to get that done. From a public perspective,
Yes.
your fiber is not, and it's dark fiber, and it's not lit by Ting. So Ting is not lighting that fiber unless the city decides to use Ting. They don't have to. The fiber we're providing to the city can be used by any of the other providers. The city has a right to choose anyone to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. And did you have another thing to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to just back up all the way and make an otherwise very complex, near billion-dollar investment into the city a little bit clearer for the council. The contract that was approved on this, or several agreements, is now we're just crossed the 2-year mark last month. I organized this project into 2 clear buckets. There's a commercial bucket, and then there's the city bucket. The commercial bucket is much of what Charles briefed, and first commend the M Street team. They're ahead of schedule, so that's a big deal, 130% or so. The city, so the commercial side is the build out, and then where Councilwoman Cooper Sutton's going is what's the health of this project so far from an activation subscription level. We heard about quality. All of that is normal and part of a fiber infrastructure build out. On the city side, there's 10,000 what we call ports or live ports. Think of it as like a wall jack. They're sitting there until there's an activation plan. So think about all of our cameras that are currently on cellular being moved to fiber-enabled, much better quality, much better capacity. In Charles's petabyte example, now we're shifting from a stream to the Mississippi River in terms of capacity capability. It's a simple way to think about it. There's 116 anchor sites defined in Memphis 3.0. Okay, these are community hubs. 11 of them are completed. 11 of them are doing nothing right now because Charles is obligated to build fiber to the front of the anchor site, and we're done. He's done at that point. We, as the city, are required to splice, equip, light, and maintain those anchor sites so our residents in those areas can receive fiber-enabled, city-provided Wi-Fi, okay? So we're in a pause moment on that. Director Keene's team and I are mapping out what that budget's gonna look like to start small, shift some of our cameras from cellular to fiber, several of the anchor sites budgeted out and actually live, so we have a city-led activation plan for what's ours. Charles mentioned the 12 strands of dark fiber, dark meaning not lit yet. We as a city have to develop the roadmap for how we actually activate, and the phrasing I use is bring this network to life. All that is a potentiality. So we're 2 years in, there's measurable progress, but now the question becomes, how will this be mobilized or activated so that our residents can get, and we as a city can get a return on this investment? All that's to be defined. And again, this is going back to the contract that was approved, passed by City Council 2 years ago. So now we're in this moment where 65,000 homes are passed, 17,000 plus are low-income units. There's some open questions on what the future will be with the internet service provider, which is still currently Ting. The city, as Charles said, we have choice here. We don't know yet who we're going to select to power up or to activate the anchor sites. And all of this, I think Charles has used the phrasing, we need to get the word out. I would amplify that even more and say, when we look at other cities, Chattanooga is the best benchmark for how this type of build out and deployment actually becomes a real transformative moment for a city this size. It requires a plan that generates structured demand and isn't a typical go on the market, hang up door hangers, and then, it doesn't work like that. And we can look at case studies from around the country on what it actually takes for the bottom third, let's say, income residents to actually want to care enough to say, who cares? Why does this fiber matter to me? That's what's most important here, because that's the population that we want as a city to be able to have affordable access to transformative level internet. So I'll pause there. I wanted to just give the clear buckets and a little bit of a sobering awareness that there's still quite a lot to be planned, budgeted, and activated on the city side. Okay.
Yeah, and I think and hope that we'll bring you back to work through that plan and talk about how we can help amplify as well.
Can I say one thing about we're working together to make sure that we stay in lockstep to help the city.
Yeah.
I mentioned those 5,000 connection points we already have that can be used at the point from everything from cameras to whatever name the city wants to do. So we want to make sure that we're going to stay lock in step with Jason and what he's doing.
Yeah, I think we just need to make sure we have a clear plan and then how we can do that.
Sure.
I'm going to take one more question in the queue, and then we've got to wrap this up because we've got one more item, and I have 3 minutes, and I'm sure that it's going to take a long time. Yeah, I think we'll bring him back. Yeah, it's a long-term project, and we want to have multiple check-ins. So thank you all. Thank you, Councilwoman Walker, again for bringing this to us today.
Thank you all for coming.
No, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the invite.
All right, with that, we will move on to our final item. And I'm not going to tell y'all to be brief because I know this is a super important item. I'm just going to tell you that we're already going to be off schedule. And apologies for the rest of the day. Okay, item number 3. And I don't know, Councilwoman, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, if you're in the back, this was your item, so just letting you know. Okay. It is an update on the Liberty Park project, District 4, Super District 8, requested by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Please state your name and title for the record. Chief Adams, you spoke earlier out there to both people listening, and you didn't tell us your name. So,
my apologies. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis.
Good morning, Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main. Okay, so morning, Council and Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm here to share a bit of an overview for where we are with Liberty Park at the request of Council. I don't have what I would call a formal presentation, but I sent a memo I think early to mid-April to the council. And so I just have highlighted a couple of sections and I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna try not to read to y'all because y'all are very adept to do that on your own. But just to give a high-level overview and then of course open it to any questions or comments that the council may have. All right, so just kind of starting from the top, the TDZ was approved by the state in 2018. The main, it was around several qualified public use facilities.
Dr. Cash, yes. I'm gonna pause you. We know the history. Can we get to the update? Yeah, the update of where things stand now. We're already behind, and I think we have talked multiple times about how we got to this point. So I'm gonna, I just want us to get to where things are now, where the contracts stand now, whether we're going to be actually having a hotel built, whether High Five is coming. I could be wrong, Councilwoman, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. We don't need a overview of how we got here. Let's just talk about what's going on right now.
Sure, and I will just share, I think we have shared this a couple of times. So per the agreement with Capstone Development, which is the hotel and multifamily developer, they are delayed, they are behind. Their agreement said that they would start construction in January. It is now May. I know you want to get to the meat of it, but I do think the update should include and recognize the efforts and completed projects that have been completed as a part of this and the work that still remains ongoing as it relates to maintenance of the site, activation of ESM, activation of the Liberty Pocket Park, and the other utility and sewer upgrades that have happened over the while. As it relates to the hotel, we are working with, of course, I might turn to Chief Adams, but we're working with Chief Adams, the developer, and legal to understand what the true schedule, what a revised schedule could look like and or what our options are. Chief Adams, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think that's where we are. Like, yeah. What are the options? This reminds me of, it's like Sheraton Hotel 2.0, where we were like told over and over again, we've got to do this, we've got to spend all this money. And if we don't, then terrible things will happen there. If we do, great things will happen there. And then it was 1 month, 2 months, 6 months. And we got to a point where nothing was done. So I think I'm glad that Chairwoman Swearingen Washington brought this. I know we were all out there recently when we did our little tour on the bus. And I think probably the most animated I've seen Councilman Carlisle was around this issue. And I think he was expressing a lot of what the frustration a lot of us were feeling, which is, as you said, this was supposed to be breaking ground in January, and here we are in May. So let's get to the meat. What are the options? How can we hold them accountable? Are we going to find someone else, or are we going to work through this with them?
All right. So accountability. Yes, we are going to hold those who are under contract accountable. We are going to operate and exercise through the terms of the contract itself. We do have a time period and deliverable that has lapsed, and so we're working through that. In the meantime, we are also looking at alternative options as well, those in which that will be brought back to you all. Right now, the agreement does have a level of exclusivity to it, and so that's where we are. I cannot divulge a lot more, again, because we're negotiating, and mine is not to negotiate publicly or negotiate against myself. I want to make sure that we can then bring you all a menu of options ASAP so that we can then make a decision and we chart that path forward. I think it's important, and Councilman Carlisle mentioned this, and I want to paraphrase because I cannot quote directly, but timing has been the issue. We have been impacted negatively about timing, and I'm talking about our time to act, whether it was jointly or on the administration side. And so to that end, we are trying to catch up on that, and we are trying to actually make the best use of that asset. So I have no excuses to offer, and I have no other details to offer at this point.
Okay. And look, I don't want you to divulge anything that we need to handle in attorney-client, but the contract is public. So can you tell me what the remedies are for them not completing their part of the contract?
Well, we have opportunities to allow them to cure. We have opportunities to separate and move forward, and then we have opportunities to negotiate as well. Okay. So those are the three that are out there. Which direction I think I will lean to our legal team to kind of help advise us as we move forward, as we weigh the risk.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right.
Again, I'm an attorney too, so I understand risk. I appreciate you clarifying that. You keep saying ASAP, and you keep saying soon.
Yep.
When would you like to come back and talk to us? I know. No, we're good. I'm going to get everybody in the queue. Hold on. I'm just asking my questions first. Don't worry.
I would love to, at least I would say a month, but I would love to give the mayor an opportunity to weigh the options and then maybe come back with our team to understand. If there are other details with respect to our agreement and how we enforce the agreement, I think it would be respectful to allow our city attorney to bring that to you all and you talk in attorney-client.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I would had a question about the bonds. Are we supposed to be paying some money back?
We're paying debt service. We're not paying money back to a thing, but we are paying debt service on the project right now. And so we pay about $3.6 million a year. Last year was the first year we actually had to pay outside, and we paid through ad valorem taxes revenue.
$3.6 million. What are we gonna have to pay this year?
It'll be the same. It's the same debt service.
And that just comes out of taxpayer money?
That comes out of either revenue or reserve TDZ. We did earn something, so we do receive parking revenues up to around $300,000. We receive, if ESM goes over a certain percentage, we'll receive a percentage of sales. And we do receive, I think this past year we received about $600,000 in TDZ revenue. So we're not covering 100% of that, but we do have to cover whatever difference we don't earn.
at this point, the developers that we are wanting to use and we're hoping to use, if they don't rise to the occasion, are we going to move forward with some other partners?
That's what I mentioned as one of our options that we can talk about, but I don't want to expressly state that. I want the mayor to be able to weigh his options and then deliver those options back to you all.
Okay, when are we gonna have them come back?
Yeah, so I think I'm going to, of course, allow questions here, but I think in 2 weeks, we come back, we can go into attorney-client if we need to.
Okay.
But in 2 weeks, I would like a report to this body, whether it's an attorney-client or it's on committee. If it has to be an attorney-client in 2 weeks, then we're going to put it back in committee the next 2 weeks.
Sounds wonderful.
That's fair.
Anything else,
That's the
Chairwoman?
main thing.
Councilwoman
To be
Logan, were you in the
completed.
queue? You'll wait? Okay. Is there anyone else in the queue? Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great area of town. I've said this before. My kid uses that great sportsplex out there. I would like to see more stuff out there. You know, we've talked about High Five or restaurants, whatever, because we're there, you know, and the city should be getting those tax revenues. And so it is incredibly frustrating. I'm so glad you brought up the amount of money that we're just paying. We're just paying for them not to even get started. So that's incredibly frustrating. All right, so this will be back on attorney-client 2 weeks and then in committee next month. All right, that's all for my committee. May 26th is the next, that's when attorney-client will be. Okay, that with nothing further, we're adjourned.
Please now have a roll call.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. And Committee Chair Warren.
Present. Thank you. Colleagues, we've got 3 items on the agenda. First item, I'd like to go to item number 3 first. A resolution to swap $230,000 in accelerated funds in the Sea Island Fitness Project, PK 07134, with $230,000 in CIP funds in the Galloway Golf Course Repair Project, PK 06019, to ensure proper completion of both projects. Districts 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Could I please have a motion? Okay,
Second.
moved by Green, seconded by our chairwoman. You have the floor. Name and for the record, et cetera.
Good morning, Director Justice Bolden, Memphis Parks, 2599 Avery. This budget neutral request allows parks to expend these Accelerate Memphis funds, which are currently dedicated to Galloway, and instead would be actually the other way around. So they're currently allocated towards Sea Isle. They would be dedicated towards Galloway, which is already under construction. So this allows us to avoid the deadline pressure of the spending deadline and to proceed with both projects.
So we've done this before. We've got funds that have time limits on them. We have projects we can transfer those funds into and make sure we complete it and not have the fund wasted and be sent back. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Colleagues, do we have any questions? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is also an aye. That passes. Now I think we have a discussion or an update on Memphis Parks construction projects, including Gooch Pavilion Park, all districts. This was requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
And then Dr. Warren, just to clarify,
Yes.
that request for same night minutes, correct?
That is for same night minutes. Excuse me.
Thank you.
So, without objection.
Okay, so
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, do you have anything to say, or you just want him to move on with Gooch?
I just want to say, Chair, thank you for allowing this to be on, and then thank you for the Parks Department for just your continued diligence. I did have a chance to speak with them before, but we just wanted to make sure we stayed on schedule with the updates so that, the entire community can be able to hear and be updated in real time too. So thank you again for coming and presenting.
You're very welcome. Let the record show that we're now been joined by Councilwoman Walker and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, all right, so we'll proceed to the next slide. All right, so the Gooch Park Pavilion, District 7, Super District 8, this project allows for the installation of a new pavilion, which is a pavilion replacement. We've got grading improvements, benches, grills, ADA tables. We've already purchased all of that equipment. That's the star showing the $214,291. And then, of course, there's $276,000 that are remaining for the installation. This map just shows some of the other active projects that are happening within District 7. We'll proceed to the next slide. So what you're seeing now is just a rendering, gives you a east side elevation of what the pavilion will look like. And you can also see some of the fixtures, such as the green trash receptacles that will have the rain tops as well. Proceeding. Next slide. And then just some quick high-level updates. So this project has been packaged together with other pavilions across several council districts. So there's the Alcee Warren Pavilion, the Mitchell Pavilion and Playground, as well as the MLK Pavilion. And that's all in one contract. Just some high-level details. The RFP was previously released on March 6th. Bids were returned on April 1st. The intent to award was issued April 21st. And the protest period ended on Friday, May 1st. So we're expecting that contract to be executed within the next week or so. And from there, we'll issue the notice to proceed. Just as of note, 30% of this contract budget is CIP funded and not funded by not associated with the spending deadline. But our goal will be first to exhaust those Accelerate Memphis funds associated with the project.
Date of completion?
So it's a 120-day project. So from the date of the execution of the contract, we'll issue that notice to proceed 120 days. But as I mentioned, our goal is to first make sure we spend those accelerate funds by the 31st. So I want to say that's going to be around September.
That sounds great. Do you have any other questions? Yes, Councilwoman Cooper-Severn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation and for the update and on a regular basis, keeping us informed on what's going on, even if it's not in the council meeting, our communication, a line of our communication. With all this new projects, the Memphis projects and the parks that's going on, I still have a concern about maintenance. And I hope that while you are doing these projects and all these things are coming up, that there is a maintenance plan put in so we can make sure that at the presentation of our parks, when our children go there, when the community goes there, that it's presented in the presentation. It's clean. And that has been one of the issues.
Councilwoman, if you notice, our next item is going to be that maintenance. So if you want, we can have them present that.
I do, and I will allow that. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then what we've done next, if you'll just proceed, is just to show you some high-level pictures of the Bigford Aquatic Center. So that is one of the locations where we are wrapping up renovations, expecting to open around June 1st. For that location, we're really excited. This pool has undergone extensive renovations. Continue to the next slide. That's just the entryway. Now you'll see a photo of the renovated pool area, as well as the hallway that leads into the pool area. Next slide. And then also just the deck. So you'll see both the, I guess you've got two areas, one which is a little bit more shallow where our youth can use it. Also, you see the bulkhead that divides the deep end, which allows for competition. So this is the Memphis Parks 1 competition pool. So we're really excited to get that back online. And also we do training for lifeguards here as well. So this is a really important pool. Continue to the next slide. And then what we have here is just a reminder of the number of projects that we're working on right now. This is the District 1 map showing active CIP projects. Raleigh Senior Center, there will be a door replacement at that location. Willingham Park, which is adjacent to Cunningham Community Center. You've got the mini pitch sports lighting. Also, active accelerate in this district. We have the Wolf River Greenway future phases there. Continue to the next slide. I'll try to go through this quickly because I know we're behind. Sea Out Fitness Zone, we just talked a little bit about that. Continue to the next slide, and that's District 2. District 3, also as a part of our door replacement at several community centers. Whitehaven is a part of that. We also have the Whitehaven Community Center signage project, so that will allow wayfinding signage. So if you're driving down the street, you'll know both we have community center and a new banquet hall. All right, and proceed. District 4, a number of projects that are coming up there. Bellevue Tennis improvements. Yep, that's we're excited about that one. And then also the recently executed Chandler Park. So we're putting in a new pavilion and playground at Chandler Park, adjacent to Lemoyne Owen. All right, we'll proceed. District 5. A number of projects that are happening in there. I would say probably the highlight is going to be the Miracle League accessible baseball field in the heart of Toby Park. And you'll see those as well. We've completed the paving of our lot, so when you pull up, you'll see a distinction between that and of the adjacent. And let's go to District 6. We've got Mitchell Community Center Playground, which is a part of that same contract with the pavilion. So it's going to be right outside of the community center. And Westwood Pool, also on the list. Yeah, I think we'll be getting the pool bottom in this week. So we just wanted to kind of just remind everyone when you're referencing some of the projects that we're working on as we move towards summer and fall, we have this map as a reference.
I just really want to thank you for that update. And I want to think that maybe one of the things we can do for people who are interested in seeing maintenance is maybe offer the council members who want to a drive around their district just to say, we've got all these things going here. If you want to see them, call and maybe you can arrange a time when they could go with you and you could explain how it's going. Right now, are you back on the floor, Councilwoman Cooper? So you're back on the floor. And then.
Thank you, Chairman. And I was just talking about the Brickford Aqua Center and the beauty of it and everything. But I just wanted to make sure that while we're doing all these swimming pools and getting all this stuff going on, that we have good programs for our children to learn how to swim and for them to understand pursuing a lifeguard profession, which is a great opportunity. So I think those are things that we really need to be focus-driven on when we are doing all this, because we're putting so much money in it, but also let our children know and give them an opportunity, along with the adults that are around, that there are other opportunities, especially in our communities where we serve. Our children love water, but they don't know how to swim. So we need to make sure that we are stressing that. We're stressing that.
Can you talk about those programs with the Y you were mentioning so she can?
Yes.
So this is really important here.
Yeah, so for this summer, Deputy Director Parker and his team have been working on some aquatics, not only programs that we'll be operating with our staff, but also some partnerships with the YMCA. So at our pools, at our outdoor pools as well as our indoors, we will be offering swim lessons for our community center participants for summertime, but also we'll be expanding that partnership with the YMCA, where they'll be visiting 3 locations this summer, also swim lessons and water education.
Free?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Well, actually, taxpayer money is helping make this happen.
Wonderful. Thank you for our children and for our communities. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilwoman Logan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all so much for your presentation and continued diligence.
And Councilman Porter has come.
My quick question was what is the process of determining what projects to do outside of those that are maintenance, outside of those that are emergencies? I appreciate you listing all of those. But in a district, how do you determine what projects to do?
So there's a couple of different ways. Number one, we have our Memphis Parks Master Plan, which the data essentially guided most of the last 5 to 6 years of projects. We also had several projects that we prioritized for this go around, which were already on the books, but simply needed additional supplemental funding so that we can complete. And then from here, we continue to gather that data. We're focusing on the playbook, which is the update of our master plan, now that we're past the 5-year mark. And so we'll continue to gather, update both through surveys, through community engagement opportunities, and then also working with community stakeholders just to be able to prioritize from a condition standpoint. And so we'll be continuing to kind of work through that as we proceed, but those are just some of the ways that we try to work to prioritize projects.
So the playbook is the update from the master plan?
Yes.
Okay. And you all have sent that to us. Can you resend it if you would?
So we're in the process of developing it. We've already issued an RFP, so we'll be selecting a partner to work through that.
That one hasn't been done yet?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I will just reach out to you all separately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councilwoman Walker, the Ottoman Fitness Center stretch area, when is that designed to get its next spruce up? It's missing, parts and things like that, I think, in some of that.
Yeah, so what we've done, we've generated a work order in particular for that location, and we're also just looking at parts. So if the vendor still has the parts, then we'll be looking to replace those, and if not, oftentimes those locations or those particular type of fixtures may end up in a similar category with CIL, where it's outlived its useful life and we have to replace. But we're hoping to be able to repair at that particular location.
Thank you very much. Let the record show Councilwoman Serena Washington and Ford have come, and we now have Councilwoman Walker in the queue. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to share that the Whitehaven Y offers free lifeguard training, ages 16 and up. And that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that we're through our agenda. So, hold it, wait.
We do have the maintenance operation slides if you want to go through those briefly.
On maintenance?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you'd already done that. Do the maintenance slides for us. Okay. That'd be great. Item number 1, discussion of regular maintenance process for assets in Memphis Parks. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. It's going to be the Memphis Parks maintenance is the one to the left? Yes, there we go. All right, so once again, we'll go to the next slide. We'll just move through this quickly. So we've just got some metrics, 5,600 acres of space that we maintain throughout the city, 165 parks and trails. We have 8 operational maintenance zones, 30 indoor facilities, including a mixture of regional centers, which are 8, including one in each council district, community centers, specialty center, including the Raymond Skinner Center, as well as 5 senior centers. We also have 11 seasonal pools, 7 splash pads, and 7 public golf courses. Move to the next slide. Here we have a map that you can refer back to that just shows our operational zones. So this is how our staff are broken up in terms of park operations. We have our Zone 1, Frazier Park, Zone 2, which is located at Kennedy Park, Zone 3, the Greenhouse Compound located on East Parkway, Zone 4, Willow Park, Zone 5, Armory, which is located on Hollywood and Liberty Park, Zone 6, Mississippi Shelter East and West, located there at 4374 Horn Lake, and then Zone 8, which is the Greenway, also housed out of Kennedy Park. Proceed. And then just staffing complement in specialty areas. So in park operations, we have 2 managers, 8 zone maintenance foremen, 9 crew chiefs, 14 full-time crew persons, 68 part-time mower operators. And then also we have our specialties, ball fields, heavy equipment, irrigation, maintenance techs, greenhouse team who deals with horticulture, our tree crew, and our open gov analysts where we have our asset management system. We talked a little bit about repairs versus replacement. So here you see an example of a repair where we extended the useful life. Oftentimes we'll look to fix damaged or equipment that may have malfunctioned. That allows us to keep the original asset in place and is usually a lower cost and shorter duration as opposed to replacement of equipment. And so examples include repainting playground equipment, replacing broken swing chains, patching asphalt, repairing irrigation leaks, etc. And proceed to the next slide. Now here we have an example of also a repair, but in this case, yeah, and actually, I'm sorry, this was a replacement. So we see the existing tennis courts, and then we see the resurfaced tennis courts. In this case, we were able to essentially replace the asset and extend the life of this tennis facility. Other examples include in replacing a playground, park benches, resurfacing or reconstruction of courts, installation of irrigation systems like what's happening over at Galloway, or replacing a bridge or a walking trail. And then in terms of routine maintenance, right now our team, our goal is always for parks litter abatement every 3 days. Sometimes due to staffing, we may be closer to 4 days, but we push as hard as possible to stay around that 3 days. For our mowing, trimming, and blowing cycle, that's 17 days. Cut cycle is important for us, but right now we're in that 17 to 20 day window. Then also our foremen, those 8 foremen we talked about, go through and do weekly inspections, visual inspections. And also we talked a little bit about power washing. So we do perform annual power washing of playground equipment, pavilions, and splash pads. We've also had discussions about ways to do the same at our community centers, and we'll be working on a solution to that. And then in terms of weekly maintenance, so at our community centers, we rely on contractors to assist us, and you can see here the schedule for the May through September, in which we do perform weekly mowing, trimming, and blowing, and then we have a little bit more reduced schedule in that October through April, which really consists of the same, but also mulching and leaf removal. And continue.
The contractors are cutting the grass?
Yes, at all 30 of our
I
centers.
wonder why we're not doing in-house. We don't have enough people.
We have an in-house that goes every 17 days. In the summer, it grows so much. It's cheaper for us to hire contractors than to have full-time staff that we won't be able to use in the winter. Is that correct?
That is accurate.
Okay.
And then just also, we do also perform routine maintenance, not only at our public link golf courses, but also the Wolf River Greenway. And so as we continue to grow, we'll be also, you mentioned, Chairwoman, staffing. We will be looking at adding additional staffing for the Greenway, because right now we've grown from 14 to 16 miles. And then as we proceed towards 26 miles, we will need to add additional staff. And we've also taken the liberty to purchase equipment that will help us. We talked a little bit about the autonomous mowers as well as the remote RC mowers as well. And just to add, in addition to the 162 facilities that we manage, we also support our partners, our cultural institutions. So that's the Memphis Zoo, the Overton Park Conservancy, Botanic Gardens, Memphis Museum of Art, Goodwill Homes, the Alzheimer's Center, which is located at Kennedy Park, River Parks Partnership, Tennis Memphis, as well as Mosh. And continue. And then here is just some high level in terms of work orders. So you'll see at the top litter abatement. We completed 9,825 tasks on down to the limbing that occurs at our trees. We're at 178. So these are just some metrics showing you how we both generate work orders as well as complete them. And you'll also see where our contractors with the litter pickup and as well as the mowing and mulching, they use our OpenGov system, and we also are able to track their performance through that. And continue. And then this just shows some labor hours. I won't read through it, but you can see mowing is at the top of our list just due to the amount of green space we have throughout the city, followed by litter abatement. And continue. And then last but not least, we are committed to Memphis. And so we are committed to providing safe, clean, and accessible parks and facilities. We're focused on maintaining those mowing cycles and maintenance cycles, strategic staffing, and then strong partnerships that really support a quality of life for all.
Thank you. I guess one of the things all of us would like to know is, like, if you get a complaint from a constituent, there's a problem with the park, I think Mr. Bolden is definitely receptive. Give him a call, and he can get on it pretty quickly. We have two people in the line, Councilwoman Logan and then Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You have the floor, ma'am.
Are the foremen assigned per district? When you say they do the visual inspections weekly, do you have a foreman in each district and they go?
They're located in each zone.
Each zone?
Yeah, each of the 8 zones. And
that's the zone you just told us about?
Yeah, if you look on that maintenance operations zone, you'll see where we're broken up into 8 zones. And so we have a foreman assigned to each zone.
So zone 2 is Kennedy Park. Are they only in Kennedy Park?
No, that's where their home hub is. But if you see zone 2, you'll see the boundaries of the map. And so that entire zone is includes
all of the blue dotted line in zone 2. Okay, yes. All right, perfect. So that foreman is responsible for keeping that area inspected.
Yes.
Okay, the next question is how would a park get a regional designation?
So for the regional sites, that was based also on council district. We made sure that each park has, or each community center that's in a council district, we have at least one. But that also was just based on data, based on usage, based on amenities that are in the facilities. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we set the designation. Parks does that. They'll say this is a regional site. Yeah. If you don't mind, can you send me what that entails, like what the description is?
Yes.
Get that to everybody.
Okay, great. And the Wolf River Greenway, when you say we've taken that on, what do you mean by that?
That just means that we maintain the right-of-way as well as the maintenance for the Wolf River Greenway.
It's our park.
Okay. And we keep that clean and cut and all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Last question. Litter abatement is, you have the top maintenance activities, litter abatement, 9,825. So because a lot of resources go into that, have you considered increasing your signage and receptacles in the parks regarding that? No litter, fines for litter, cameras? What are we doing to increase that? You don't have to tell me today, you can send it to us, because there is a lot of resources going into trash and litter, not necessarily improving the park, but maintaining it that's a lot going into it. And so I would like to know what the plan is, because that could help. And the last question is tree support for our partners. What does that mean?
That just means that the same type of activity in terms of trimming, trees and limbing, et cetera. Or if they run into emergencies, we handle those.
So do we do the same tree support for our parks, like trimming, mulching, and all of that?
Yes, that's what the tree crew performs.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about that because they must have skipped our part. All right, then. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Right.
I bet they're going to skip that part for long. Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for these presentations. 3 things. Can I do 3? Okay. First, I do want to say just being on social media and you all's pages, whoever is behind a lot of these creative events and things, is that you? It's good. So like the Mother's Day painting and the lit in the park with the reading and the movie nights, like that, it's really creative and out of the box, and a lot of people love it. So I'm glad that y'all are doing that.
SpongeBob this weekend at Bigford on Saturday, 5:30.
Where's Sam when we need him?
Right, right. Get that piece in the media. But that's wonderful. So I just wanted to make sure that I told y'all in front of everybody. That's wonderful. I also had a question about litter abatement, as my colleague Councilwoman Logan did. I'm wondering, like, when you see the signs that say adopt a park and the folks who've adopted the park, how are they encouraged to help with the litter, right? Is solid waste involved, or can they be involved to mitigate costs, or is that just switching a line item to another person's division? But I would just love to see, what are other folks doing nationwide, right? To kind of, like, if there's less money we spend on litter, is more money we can spend on like events and things at Gooch, right? All the things that we want to fund that we're not just cleaning up. You don't have to respond to that. I just wanted to add on to what Councilwoman Logan said, that I just love to see some things, and I'll probably go seeing, what's Mom Donnie doing in New York and all the other stuff. But the last question is, so I live by a park, University Park, and so sometimes you get, and it has a tennis court, and sometimes you get folks, where's my whoop whoop? Right? Sometimes you get folks who are there beyond park sunset hours, doing things in or on the playground, as if nobody's watching. Do we have cameras, sit-down cameras or police cameras or Blue Crush cameras or anybody's camera that's connected to the city of Memphis in our parks?
I wonder if those
covert or overt, doesn't matter to me.
I'm wondering if the dark wires that we're talking about
we do have some covert cameras that
wires
are located in strategic designations throughout the city, but those were more so dedicated towards illegal dumping, and so we have certainly. But as far as cameras in the parks of that nature, that's something we would have to circle back on.
So,
if you recognize.
All right. Yeah. So, council members, councilwoman directly. So, one of the things that we're doing with this fiber project and all of the technologies is trying to bring all things under one umbrella, to the extent that your traffic camera will have the optical zoom that would actually be able to detect in a park if it's close enough, or those that are stationary throughout the community, so that we don't always have a camera at every intersection or every street, so that we can utilize our resources better. So I say that to say there's probably a camera there. What we need to do is just make sure that we, really magnify and identify that particular area, and make sure that we respond in a timely fashion, and make sure that we kind of move those people along. No loitering.
Can we think about? I'm not saying we have to.
Yes, ma'am.
But can we think about what it looks like to have some sort of, and not in the framing is, just overly invasive surveillance, but we're talking about litter, we're talking about drug activity, we're talking about fights, summer's rallying up, and Memphis is summer all the time. So how can we think about, what that looks like for our parks? I know community centers have them, But for our parks, where and how can we place solar powered, fiber powered cameras that are either overt or covert, just to help us when we need it, and that we're not being, reactive to not having information or people identified, what have you. So.
All right, that's a great idea, and I'll take that back to IT, and then of course MPD along with parks. To the extent, we want to make sure that we do have the cameras strategically placed, and we don't want a lot because it's quite a bit for the real-time crime center to actually monitor if they have to monitor every camera, every intersection. So we can have them strategically placed, very powerful, so that they can and intelligent, such that if they can pick up conflict, shots, things of that nature, we can respond before something else happens. So great suggestion, and I'll take that back to them.
Thank you very much. I think that's where AI may be coming in to help us as we move forward. We are now 2 minutes behind schedule, and we have Councilwoman Green, who's going to be very quick, and we'll get to our next committee. Councilwoman Green, you're up.
Yes, so just to build on what Dr. Easter Thomas said, when I took my most recent ride-along, I know it's a lot for them to monitor it at the real-time crime center, but we absolutely pulled up into a parking lot of a park that was full of people parked at midnight. They played this thing over the loudspeaker, both in English and in Spanish, that said, evacuate the parking lot or you will be issued a citation. And then everybody starts backing out and leaving. But as hard as it is for them to have the camera and monitor it, we're having people actually have to go out and drive past the park every hour on the hour. So I agree. There's plenty of things, as a mom of young kids, I've definitely seen the remnants of a night before on a playground. And we may want to be strategic, but if we're ever going to get more cameras, I would make them overt, not necessarily covert, in these areas, because people are using those parking lots for things late at night, and then our children are finding them the next day.
Thank you. That being said,
Okay,
one more quick question,
Okay.
last one.
Because we're discussing this, it is quite obvious that it's very important for the council that our parks are safe. We do not have park rangers. We do not have cameras, as we were saying today. So there's no way that we're prioritizing safety when we don't have those things in place. So I would like for you all to go back and think about that and see how we can prioritize safety in our parks. Thank you.
Excellent discussion. Thank you,
Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Chair Smiley.
We here. We have 2 items.
Councilwoman Walker. Aye.
Councilwoman Walker is in the building. All right, we got 2 items on the agenda today. I think we'll get through them fairly quickly. Item number 1, resolution to transfer and allocate appropriate $500,000 from ST Bridge Repair Cover Line Project number ST03216 Contract Construction Funds to Gayoso Inspection Design Project number ST02002 to fund the repair and replacements of various structures in Gayoso Bay Drainage System. District 6, District 6, 7, and Super District 8, sponsored by the administration as a request for 9 minutes. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Swearingen Washington, second by Councilman Ford. Director.
Good morning, the ask for the body is to transfer construction dollars from the cover line for the bridge repair. Can you go to slide 2? This is the Gayoso Bayou drainage system. It's located southwest corner of Front Street and Saffron's. As you can see on the bottom left corner there is obviously some settling that's occurring between the barrel wall and the wing wall. And then on the image to the right of that is just erosions along the wing wall as well as the box. So with this construction dollars, we're looking to repair those. So with that, we ask for your approval.
Any questions by this body? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any noes? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution to transfer and appropriate $800,000 from Bridge Repair Cover Line Project number PW24400 to Knight Arnold John's Bridge Project number PW02039 to fund the construction of the Knight Arnold Bridge, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration as requested by Ms. Kane. Motion second.
Second.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Dr. Warren. Director.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the ask for the body is to transfer and appropriate approximately $800,000. We received, the state of Tennessee does the inspections of majority of the bridges within the city. There's roughly about 400 bridges. They conduct inspections every 2 years. This bridge here was identified as one of the bridge that needed some immediate repair. If you've driven out in that location, we have been restricted to only allow vehicular travel on the north side of the bridge. Thank you for that. Thanks for this slide. So with this construction dollars, we're looking to repair that bridge. That includes just pier repairs as well as decking repairs and some of the abutments that needs to be repaired. So we're looking to get that repaired as soon as possible to get it back to operational and have vehicles on it. So with that, we ask for your approval.
Any questions about the body?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker.
Yeah. So with these, thank you, Chairman. With all of this repairs that are going on, is there a structural inspection that goes on, and how often does that happen to alarm you or to identify that there's issues that are going on? So what is the structural inspection, and how is that handled?
Thank you for that. So as I mentioned, the state of Tennessee they have a routine inspection of all the bridges within the city. So they do that on a 2-year basis. So every 2 years they do full inspection of all the bridges. Again, there's like 400 bridges throughout the city. As a result of that inspection, they provide our information to us. And then from there, we budget and inspect and then do the actual repair.
So the state does the inspections, and then the city, we're allowed to provide the funding for these repairs that are done.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And so is this budget neutral, right?
This is the funding that's been for this project is coming out of a budgeted CIP dollars.
Okay, thank you.
That's what we're using.
Already budgeted CIP dollars.
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
This is with respect to communications, public notices. Has a public notice been issued in terms with respect to just explaining what's going on here?
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am. By regulatory requirements, we are supposed to provide traffic control out there. As you can see on the picture, we provided that traffic control. As part of that traffic control, we make announcements and we through our communications line to advise the public about that.
Can you share that with us via email? Whatever, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, appears that all hearts and minds are clear.
One more question.
Okay, Councilwoman Cooper, the floor is
And
yours.
yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I just thought about this, and it's probably I'm probably getting off the ranch, but there's just a question while I have you sitting here. The signage, the street signages that are around our communities, how are they reported? Do the people I was asked, do they call 311? Because I've sent you several that have been knocked down and totally removed. And so the question was asked to me by some constituents, how do they report them? Is this a 311?
Yeah, we encourage residences to report that through 311 so that we can capture the data. But also we have our 636-6700 line that they can call in, and our personnel can take that in, and so we can capture that information as well.
Well, make sure when they call that number, your personnel answer the phone and answer if there's voicemails left, make sure that they answer the voicemails.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Appreciate the line of questioning. Okay, it appears all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. And with this, the committee stands adjourned promptly at, let's wait 4 more seconds.
Councilwoman Logan? Chair Warren. And Councilman Smiley.
Also present. Colleagues, we have one item today, a resolution to reduce grants in the amount of $80,000 from the Tennessee Highway Safety Office through the Tennessee Department of Safety All Council District, sponsored by administration with a request for same night minutes. Could I please have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Logan. Councilwoman Cooper, second. Gentlemen, you have the floor. Please name for the record, and you may proceed.
Assistant Chief Martin Kula, 170 North Main.
Willie Mathena, I'm the colonel at the traffic division.
You have the floor.
All right. Colonel Matheny is going to talk about the reduction in the Tennessee Highway Office grant that was awarded to us.
So this is awarded and has been taken away?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So what happened with the grant is in 2020, when COVID hit, they gave us COVID funds. So basically, we've been working off of those COVID funds for the last 6 years. So out of the agencies in Tennessee, they had 401 grants, which were given to 357 agencies. So it's not just Memphis, it's all of the agencies throughout Tennessee. So in 2020, we were given $80,000, which went from 320 of our operating grants to 400,000. Now it's reduced to 320. But that's every single agency in Tennessee, and that's basically due to that COVID funding no longer being available.
So this is ARP or ARP fund, or the funding from COVID gave us an extra 80,000. We're getting 320, and that was what we had before, and we're going back to our previous grant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Good. Do we have any other questions, colleagues? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and then Councilwoman Logan. You have the floor. Oh, yeah, I just heard you speak. But go ahead, Councilwoman Logan.
Okay, thank you. I just have a brief question. I just want to confirm that we are getting 100 extra Tennessee Highway Patrol officers assigned to Memphis.
Let's do that question after we vote, and because it's not on this particular item.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Question on this item?
Thank you. So we're gonna, and I think Dr. Chairman, Dr. Warren may have clarified this. So we're still getting the 320, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay,
correct.
and you're giving back the 80.
That is correct.
Okay. And so what are these grant funds actually used for?
Yes, ma'am, we use them for a lot.
A lot? Could you just tell me maybe maybe 2 or 3 things?
Yes, ma'am, 2 or 3. We do it for like DUI checkpoints.
Okay.
Also, the compliance to make sure that people are not selling alcohol to minors.
Okay.
We use them for pedestrian grants, bicycle grants. We use it for traffic safety, seatbelt laws. So basically, we use it for everything combined in traffic. So we use them for approximately about 32 to 34 different things. But the money that we're losing, the 80,000, is not going to reflect that.
Okay,
it's not
that
going
was
to
my
change
next question.
anything that
Will
we're
that
doing.
reflect or have any bearing on losing this 80,000?
Yes, ma'am. So that 80,000 that we're losing, we were used to working with the 320.
Okay.
So the 80,000 did enhance it, but we're going to continue to do the exact same things that we're doing for the previous years before we receive the 80,000.
All right. Thank you. And I just wanted some clarity on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions on this issue, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? The chair is an aye. That passes. And we have one question also related to this from Councilwoman Logan. You have the floor, ma'am.
Well, that kind of answered it. I was thinking that the Tennessee Highway Safety Office grant had to be used for something related to the Tennessee Highway Safety Initiative, and that's why I was asking if they're taking this money, but we are getting the 100 officers. I thought that was related, but I see now you use that money for other stuff, not just highway issues with traffic and highway safety.
Correct.
Okay, all right, but I appreciate you all continuing to do the work even without the 80. Thank you.
All right, our chair, let the record show our chair is here, and we are now adjourned.
Councilman Spinoza. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Chair Logan.
Present. Thank you, ma'am. We have one item on the agenda. It is a resolution approving the option to enter into a 50-year ground lease for the construction and operation of a multifamily residential apartment on the upper 2 floors of the historic Melrose School Building and multifamily residential affordable townhome and apartment units on an additional 1.03 acres of this site with Melrose Housing Partners LLC. District 4, Super District 8, requested by administration, and there is a request for same night minutes. May I have a motion and second? It's been moved by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington and second by Dr. Warren. And if you would give us your name and address, and you are recognized.
Ashley Cash, 170 North Main, Director, Housing and Community Development. I have the developer, Mr. Middleton. If he can introduce himself, do you mind, Chair? If he may introduce himself as well.
Just give us your name and address, and you're recognized as well.
Yes, ma'am. Saki Middleton from John Stanley. Address is 655 Deep Valley Drive, Suite 325-B, Rolling Hills Estates, California, 90274.
Great, thank you. And we don't have a presentation today, but we're happy to go over any prior presentation. I do just want to make a couple of statements before we start. We are here asking for y'all to approve the lease option for Historic Melrose, the housing portion, which is 51 units of affordable housing on the same site as the Orange Mound Library and other civic assets. We have in representation with us, Ms. Green, alumni from Historic Melrose and still an active member of the community, and Mr. Hoffman from Self Tucker Architects in the event that there are any specific questions. The contractors could not make it, but they do make themselves available. It's Patton and Taylor, a local contractor, make themselves available via phone or any other, communication outside of this committee if the council so chooses. But we just wanted to see if there were any additional questions. The other piece I'll add is that Mr. Middleton has passed out just a presentation, an overview, high level of the project. And Chair, I will turn it back to you if that's okay, if there are any questions or anything in particular that you all wanted us to address.
Okay, thank you for that as well. I want to recognize Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton who have arrived. And before we go to the queue, I just want to make sure that we kind of pull everything together. We've brought this back several times, and there was some concern initially about the cost per unit and some other things. It's my understanding, and you all can elaborate, that the intent was to preserve this building for the community. That's my understanding of why there was the plan to put this in motion. I know we as a council asked about the cost of the per unit and why not just do single family homes and this and that. And so since we last talked about it, and I've had some conversations about why we're moving this way, and that's the understanding that I have. And so I wanted to see if there's anybody that wanted to address it. I know if Chief or Chief Adams, or if you wanted to talk about that or expound on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And if I may just kind of start the conversation. So we got here, and if I can try to do it in a short fashion, we got here back in, I think, 2017, 18, with a lot of community conversations around what to happen with that site. At the time, the school building was abandoned, and we had a lot of community engagement with the community, with the Alumni Association, with others, to see what type of uses they wanted to see in that community and what uses were most feasible that the city could do. Out of that came the idea for a civic asset, which is now the library. Additional housing, in particular senior housing, has been a concern and a huge desire of the community. And so those were the elements that we started to work towards. We went through an RFP process, specifically asking for somebody to respond to the desires of the community. Mr. Middleton and Mr. Tucker actually applied together. Mr. Tucker on the phase 1 to help do the library, Mr. Middleton on the phase 2 to help facilitate the housing, but that is essentially how we got here. As it relates to single family, very important. We, HCD, are working right now with the Orange Mound Advisory Committee and real estate in our office on a single family housing, essentially infill project. We have acquired 12 lots in that community. We have the intent to acquire a lot more to put single family housing on there that's both affordable, which will meet the 80% and lower AMI, but also just true market rate attainable housing, which will be 81% to 110%. So we're trying to meet both needs. We understand where council is coming from and definitely understand the desire and the competing interests. And so we're just trying to have the best holistic community we can have. I did, Councilwoman, if I could raise one more point. Councilman Warren, I think when we were talking yesterday in our budget hearings, you had mentioned about essentially the city having, we have the ability to terminate, but the city having the right to address issues if there are any property-related issues. And so we do have a clause in the lease agreement that the city will have the right to approve the property management community and within the city's sole discretion to remove the property manager if there are substantial maintenance or management issues that are not resolved. Of course, that would give the developer and his team a chance to cure those issues, but that does give the city a little bit more control over that future state of the property.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Is there a time frame within that we have to give them warning? How does that work? Can you explain how that would be?
Typically, it is not in the lease option. Typically, you would do a 30 to 60 day, but those details are something that we would want to provide an initial thought and then return to y'all for y'all to weigh in and say if this meets the standard or if y'all want to see a little bit more scrutiny there.
Madam Chair, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So in my discussion yesterday, my concern was I don't want another Highland Towers like we had by the university where we had an out-of-town owner who was letting the property decline. This is a major thing for Orange Mound. We've done a lot with the renovation. The library's in and running. That was, I think, Congressman Cohen got the the funding to put that in. And we're wanting this to be sort of a star in the Melrose community. And I guess my question is, we initially thought this was going to be senior housing, but now what I'm hearing is this is going to be housing and that would be more than senior housing. It would be just regular rental property, and we're going to look for some of the surrounding properties to build for senior housing, or
senior would be on top of the school building.
So
floors 2 and 3.
So 2 and 3 is the senior housing.
Yes, sir. And then adjacent to that is 24 units of affordable housing.
Oh,
there could be family housing.
Is that going to be where what's going to happen with the track and the field? Is that where it's going to be, the housing, or?
Right now it's parking lot. Where that is right now is just a parking lot.
I thought behind this there was a
football
field. It's across the street. Okay.
And it'll remain.
Yeah, that will remain. Okay. And so affordable housing you're going to build, and this would be senior housing only.
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for doing this. Thank you for coming in and doing this. That's the longest address I think I've ever heard from anybody here. So we're really glad you've got a great place to live in California. We're going to convince you to move to Memphis. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Okay. And now we did mention next we're going to have Chairwoman, but before that, we'll come back. I'll come back to that. Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, you recognize me.
Thank you. We had done some extensive research. We're talking with the mayor's office and Director Cash's office, as well as the developer. And the concern was that the units were $300-something thousand. But we found that the city is only paying $133,000 of that. The developer is paying the rest. Of the 51 units, there are 25 apartments on top of the old Melrose building. And adjacent on the parking lot, there will be 26 homes, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom townhomes. But the emergency is with the housing and community development funding that's allotted to Tennessee, we get $140 million. Of that $140 million, 100 of it has already gone to Nashville. So they are going to have to show site control within the next few days in order to move forward. So they're fighting to get this $4.6 million because as we know, most of the money now is going towards rural areas. So that's the biggest thing. We're not locked in the contract, but we're going to have to be able to show site control with the paperwork in order to move forward and try to compete with funding of all these other cities in Tennessee. So for that reason alone, we're going to need to move forward. But it's an exciting project that the rent is $1,170. Of that rent, Memphis Housing Authority will be paying $654. So their rent will only be $625. It's going to be energy efficient with the windows, using a heat pump for the water so they don't have a high electric bill. So their utility bills will only be maybe $65. And it's quite a model with everything that they're doing. They're refraining from using gas, so everything will be electric. It's a high market rate project. So we're excited about this, and hopefully we'll be able to develop some more projects in the near future so that we can get some of this money that's just disappearing from our area.
Absolutely.
I yield the floor. Thank
you, Chairwoman. Next, we have Dr. Easter Thomas and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. This is great. I just want you, Director, or I forgot your name, Mr. Middleton, just to be able to say, like, I know that, during the mayor's State of the City address, he talked about housing units, and, we have to think very creatively and differently on how we're really going to amp up and increase our affordable housing. So can you just speak to why a 50-year ground lease is a good creative option for this type of project? Just so, the folks who are listening, and as we think more expansively beyond single-family house, what we may see, like, can you just talk about why this is important and why this is a good option for this type of project and why it's so important to be able to do this?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. And so as y'all know, the mayor has a goal of 10,000 housing units by 2030, and that is all in city housing as well as private market. Developments like this help to add to that and make sure we meet that goal. But more importantly, the 50-year lease really creates long-term affordability in our community. We see so often that somebody will get into a unit and say it's $700 a month or $800, and then the next month it's $900, the next month it's $1,100, and they're priced out. And so really having that long-term ground lease keeps the property affordable for generations to come. We envision someone to be able to, a senior to live there and hopefully live out, the rest of their life in a nice, quality, decent house. And then maybe a young family to live there, kind of get on their feet and then move on to either single family or middle housing in some way. But really that long-term lease is really critical in holding the developer accountable and any subsequent lessee to having that long-term commitment in affordability. And so we think that's really, really important. It's key in our in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and other HCD funded projects. We always put some kind of affordability lien on there between 15 to 25 years, just depends. But it's really critical to have that piece of assurance that the house price will stay that amount. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And also, didn't you say that it was because you have to show that?
We also, yes, we do also have to, per THDA, we have to have they have to have a 50-year lease in order for compliance with the federal tax credit or the state tax credits.
All right, sounds good. Now we have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and then Councilwoman Walker.
Thank
Close
you.
us out.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I did hear what Chairwoman Swearengin Washington did speak on as far as the city is doing 162, what was that number? 133. My concern is we're not yielding little to no tax revenue. And that is the biggest issue that we have had here constantly here in Memphis, is we are yielding a little to no tax revenue. And 5 years from now, I don't even 50-year lease, 5 years from now, the taxes and the revenue will be back where we are. And so being on this body for me is as looking at it as in a financial and economic investment and growth. You're taking 51 units and you're going to put them on top of a library, and I understand that, but you have not thought about the growth and the tax revenue that we need to look at. We already know the issues we have with senior living. We have issues with senior living, brand new houses, South City apartments, and all those apartments over there right now that our seniors are living. These apartments are only 2 years old, and they are living with the ownership of the people right across, not far from here, St. Louis, will not come in and fix anything for them. And then it comes back to us as council members. I get the complaints and the complaints. And I understand that we want to, this is just not a good, to me, this is just Shalana, because I'm looking at the finances part and economic growth part. We are yielding little to no tax revenue off of this. We're literally about to give something away. You said you're going to put something in the contract where we are fully in control of the management. Am I right?
No, we would put something in the contract that gives us the right to remove and replace the management if they aren't meeting certain criteria.
There's no revenue. There's nothing. We're not gaining here. And the mayor goal, it ain't my goal. It's the mayor's goal and his administration to be in 10,000 homes by 2030. We got deals out there right now with developers that are in our city right now that are pushing to be able to try to meet these goals and maybe even more. But we're looking at, and I understand, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking at this in a whole different light. And I know you're selling it, you're trying to sell it, but selling it with a little to yielding to no to little revenue, control over, the management for our poor seniors who normally gets the worst deal of everything. This just does not make good business sense to me as far as economic growth and what we're looking for and where we're trying to travel down the path because we don't have affordable homes. And when you say affordable homes, you say $600. Do you know the income of a senior's check?
Yeah.
It's $600 is all they get. That's all they get. So that's not a good deal to me. And the seniors that I deal with in these apartments, they are barely making it, trying to pay for their meds, grocery, and I think it's the light bill and water bill in some of these seniors places are included. I heard about the efficiency and the gas and all that. That's all they get is $600. So you got to make these numbers make sense. They're not making sense.
Yeah. So if I can clarify a couple of things, and then Mr. Middleton, if you do, and I guess I won't say clarify, if I can just respond to a few things. And so you're right, the tax revenue is not there, and we see this in our affordable deals. So affordable projects, we fund many affordable projects each year, and we are typically funding the city between 30 and 50%, or I say 49% of those projects. They are very difficult, they're highly subsidized, and they are such that you need a lot of different layers in order to make them happen. The benefit is to the person, the community. A lot of times in those affordable housing deals, in those developments, the participant is paying 30% of their rent. And so if there's an MHA voucher or if low-income housing tax credits are there, regardless as to if they make $900 a month or they make more than that, they're paying 30% of their rent as to not be rent burdened. And so we do believe this type of project is a part of the puzzle. As we talked about with single-family housing, middle-income housing, we've got other projects out there. This is one of those, or I should say one of a type of project, but we do stand behind it. We think it's beneficial to our community. We believe it's beneficial to the city, and we believe we put protections in place to help support the senior, the end user there.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but I'm going to close with this, and I'm going to yield. I know there is a better way to spend the taxpayers' dollars by actually providing infrastructure for projects that supports home ownership with tax revenue. And that's where we are weak and lacking, and that's a huge gap. Every budget season, we're going to be coming back. We end the budget, and that's the same thing we're going to be talking about. Just conversation with constituents, and just just conversation, looking at this at a bigger picture. We have no tax revenue. We have nothing coming in, but Memphis is always giving out, just putting out. And we have developers in this city, young developers, that are ready to build. You're looking at $300,000, and I know that I heard what the councilwoman said, and I know you all excited, it's a good project, but it doesn't make money sense, what you're doing. That's me. It doesn't make money sense because we have no revenue coming in. And the infrastructure of this project doesn't make sense. I'm not sure who you know, where y'all know, what's all the whole big picture, because you all just bring it to them. I'm not at the back, I'm not at the table, so I do not know that. But however, financially and economic-wise and growth and where we're trying to take our city to, this does not make good money sense. And I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We're going to have Councilwoman Walker, and then did you still want to Dr. Warren, and then close it out with Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, in that order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's no secret that I campaigned on closing the information gap. And I had 6 bullets when I campaigned. I had 5, and I had 2 more, which was 7. And they were telling me, you already got too many. You need to narrow that down. So the last 2 were MATA and simply this, hashtag Seniors Matter. And MATA people have more of a MATA conscientiousness in this community, I judge, than seniors. So I went with Seniors Matter. And I just wanted to share that in this moment. My colleague Cooper Sutton, she mentioned different things that seniors have to spend money on and make choices with this over that. And I just want to also add that our senior population here is the 3rd hungriest in the country. And my question is, and I know we have multi-level senior housing already, but it's just something about putting this housing on top of this library, and I'm sure it's wonderful as Madam Chair has shared. But what was this based on a particular design model or based on the numbers, or how did you all come about putting the seniors on top of the library versus being on the ground?
Yeah, I would say, and Mr. Middleton did share the adjacent parcels. The adjacent housing could also be senior housing, but essentially we had a shell of a building. We knew what bottom floor would be. We knew that we wanted affordable housing, and so it was a use that made sense in that building, the housing to go in floors and 2. We've looked at different models across the country. In Cincinnati, they've just built a beautiful library system, and it's 4-story with some affordable housing integrated. It really helps to add to the community. It gives that 24-hour access, that 24-hour vision. And so it is an approach, a development approach that this team certainly brought to us, but that we were thinking about in terms of what uses could go into that building as opposed to having a vacant, empty building. I should say, in the start of this, we did talk with the library to understand what their size constraints would be. And they told us, really based on how people are consuming books, media, and all things library these days, they didn't need more than a 13,000 square foot footprint. And so they didn't have a need for 2 additional floors of library space and services. And so those types of factors led us to this development approach.
Okay, thank you for that. I yield the floor.
All right, Chairwoman, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Warren was before that.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
You done?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, right now, are we receiving any tax revenue from Melrose?
No.
And were we planning on receiving any tax revenue from Melrose?
We were not, and we have not since the county schools owned it.
Do we have other housing that we've helped develop that we're sitting and not receiving tax revenue from, and would we not receive any tax revenue from this property?
There are some other housing developments. I'm certainly happy to email those to y'all. We just did a ribbon cutting at another senior unit in Fraser community. Tillman Cove is off of Tillman. It's a beautiful facility. We consistently get calls about, is it open? And so there are a number
And
of.
we get no revenue from Tillman Cove.
That
either.
is no tax revenue, correct.
So part of the reason that we've got these in is it makes it financially viable for people to be able to build these projects and still be profitable so we can bring more housing in. And some of the housing we bring in, we may not get tax revenue, but we'll get to the goal of having more affordable and better housing. So I understand why my colleague is worried about us bringing this in and not. I think that we have to realize that sometimes, as a city, we're going to have to go out of our way and do things that are going to be good for citizens, and we may not get any revenue from them. That's one of the reasons I wanted to make sure that we had control over who ran it, just in case it wasn't being run correctly, we don't have another problem. And I think that that's in the contract according to Ms. Cash. So I think this looks like a great use of the space, and it's another way to try to build a community up around it. When you put something like this in it, it's a little bit like that Northside project.
Mm-hmm.
Everything around it's going to get better. And so this is another way to not have a school go dormant and a neighborhood collapse around a dormant school structure. So I'm in support of this project, and I think it makes good sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. Next, we have Chairwoman and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, I'll be brief. I just wanted to reiterate what you were saying of at least being able to provide some affordable housing. And even though there will be apartments, this is set up to be short-term. They are going to provide financial literacy so that people will be able to learn how to invest their money so that they will be able to own homes. But this will be a great opportunity of living in a first-class environment while you are receiving that support so you can move to the next level. Because often it's hard if you are financially challenged to just go from that to owning a home. So this is a wonderful way to be able to progress and have the skills necessary of home ownership. And we're just asking support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Yes, and I'm going to be very, very short. I still stand where I stand. I understand that you want beautiful. Memphis love beautiful, but we have to use, you said a key word, financial literacy. And when you talk about financial literacy to a group of seniors, and I understand we want everybody, who doesn't want to live and want beautiful homes and the presentation to look good? But at the end of the day, what is it going to look like 10, 15, 20 years from now for them? They can't save any money because of what they're living off of right now. And we keep trying to, no, we do. We go and look at other cities, but the poverty numbers here in this city, poverty. I hear nothing about poverty. How do we get our people out of poverty, seniors or whoever it is, so they can have a pathway to home ownership? Financial literacy, you're talking about financial literacy to some senior citizens. They done all probably learning they probably want to do. They just want to live comfortable and not have to beg, borrow, steal, and figure out how they're going to live from day to day. I want this project to go through, and I want Orange Mound to be beautiful because it's in my district, the super district, but you gotta, Memphis, from the 7th floor to down to leaving this basement, we got to make good financial decisions. And we have to understand, we need business, just presentation, and I'm going to close because I don't want my heart rate to get up. We got to start making good business sense in this city. Financial, economic growth. And none of this makes sense here. None of this. But however, I just don't want to be part of it. In 10 years from now, y'all beat me up like y'all beat the previous councils up, and y'all coming with these flush, and some of you won't even be here, probably like me. But it's not a good financial investment what we're about to do. And so that's my stance on it. I yield. Thank you. I pray that it's successful, but you all know sitting at that seat right there, and you as a developer and as a businessman, and you all know common sense with business and financial economic growth in this city isn't happening. So you all can fool as many people if you want to, but them days are over. We got to do something different if we want to see something different in this city and help the people come up to where they need to be. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and all of you colleagues. If there are no other comments, is there anything else that needs to come before this committee? If not, thank you all for your presentation and hope you all have taken everything under consideration. We look forward to hearing from you soon. And with that being said, I thought it was a discussion. It said a discussion. It should be a resolution. Okay. Well, we'll send this downstairs with all of those in favor of sending it down with positive recommendation. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have one opposed. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We send this down with positive recommendation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You go ahead and we're going to come to order. It is 1:47, Tuesday, May 12th. I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Mauricio, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Walker, present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Dr. Warren, Chair Carlisle.
President, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 5 items on today's agenda. I'm going to take one item out of order, and that is item number 4, report on debt obligation for the authorization to issue up to $150 million of general obligation commercial paper, Series A and B, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Mr. Walker is here to speak to this item. Mr. Walker, if you could give us your name and title for the record and our update, please.
All right. Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main Street. So last month, I advised council that the city complete the issuance of $134 million in change in general obligation bonds, the proceeds of which were used to pay off $150 million of outstanding commercial paper. Simultaneously with the authorization of the bonds, City Council also authorized the issuance of $150 million of new commercial paper. The purpose of this report is to advise council that the city has issued its first tranche of commercial paper under that new authorization. Looking at the report that you guys have on page 1, we issued $50 million of commercial paper on April the 8th. The remaining $100 million of commercial paper will be issued over the next 12 to 15 months. Going to page 2 at the bottom, you'll see annual fees related to the commercial paper of $375,000. In addition to that, we pay TD Securities, which serves as the remarketing agent for the commercial paper, a fee of 0.07% of outstanding commercial paper. And that concludes my report.
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Walker? All right. Thank you, Deputy Chief Walker, for our update. We're going to move on to item number 1. It is a fiscal year 2026 third quarter budget neutral adjustment resolution, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. I believe we have the administration here. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. So you should have a resolution before you that is budget neutral, that addresses a number of different moves we have to make with several divisions. But the good thing is there are budget neutral moves to really balance out accounts, address areas where there were basically performance discrepancies with our budget, and make sure that we finish the year strong. So with that, I'll start. We are moving money from police services, Memphis Parks, and general services to fund a fire services city shop charges shortfall. The amount of the shortfall is roughly $2.1 million. And these various funds come from a variety of sources. You should have a table that is associated with this resolution that explains those moves. And that's the first tranche of moves that we are requesting.
Did any movements happen inside the fire budget in the last 6 months before this? So you're coming because we have to move money within divisions. Did you guys rebalance the budget in the last 90 days before you came to us in fire?
Rebalancing in terms
or move money within the fire division from one line item to another. So if I moved it from, say, paper clips to copier services.
Let me request that, I think we have fire in the room, and I request that the fire finance administrator come up to just those are most like line.
Yeah, that's what
transactions which they can probably.
We're going to,
yeah.
My point is, and just to clear the air here, what I want to accomplish, so it's transparent. We're going to move money out of fuel shop to fuel shop from one division to another. Got it. The question is did we under budget fuel shop, or did we move money around first and then we have to backfill?
Understood.
Yeah. And just fuel shop ended up being the easy place to backfill.
Teresa Wilson, 2670 Avery. We currently, in fourth quarter now, are currently making black line adjustments within our fire budget. to offset other expenditures. So that is currently being done.
So why do you need, if you're currently making black line budgets now to balance out, why do you need the 2.1 million with same night minutes?
That's actually for the city shop charges in that area.
So let's go, but in general services, in their division.
Right.
So we're going to backfill their division on behalf of fire. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. And when will you guys be done with the fourth quarter black lines?
They'll be submitted this week.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Let's keep going. Thank you.
Yes, sir. In the additional tranches of moves, we're requesting that we have support for 2.8 million that will be reallocated within general services to cover various unexpected expenses and expense variations in net grouping. I think Table 2 addresses those. And police services, which has done a really wonderful job with overtime this year, but they're requesting 16.4 million in various reallocations across multiple divisions to address various variations that were unexpected.
Have we ever gone back and looked at this data? Like we smooth this out every year, and it's like, have we gone back and looked at that to make the smoothing easier?
You know, I appreciate that question. Yes, we do typically in the first quarter go back and look at where the variations were, what could we do better, and we do try to make adjustments. I think what we see a lot of times is a lot of dynamic moves in the city, especially in the larger divisions. If you think about public service or public safety, with police and fire, you're going to see a lot of movement within the year, no matter how tightly we try to budget. General services is another area because they support those divisions where we see a lot more volatility than
Yeah,
we do in
no,
other areas.
and they've got real-time costing issues. Like fuel is going to be one that we'll talk about towards the end of the year, right? Like
Yes, sir.
not even, I mean, into the calendar year, not the fiscal year. I mean, we'll talk both, but we're going to really talk about it probably in the middle of the calendar year.
Yes, sir.
Or the end of the calendar year. That being said, I'm concerned that we're moving this much money around for these things that are unforeseen while simultaneously trying to squeeze general services in the next fiscal year to some number for the budget. And we'll talk about it when we get into budget, whether that's really operationally obtainable. Because like that, again, that's a concern. It's like, I know what the paper says, but it's like, is that reality?
Understood.
I've seen a lot of companies get themselves in trouble that way, mine in particular. So we'll circle back to that. We need to keep moving through the third quarter because I don't want to get off into the budget. But like to my colleagues, these are connected. Like they don't just go away; they ride the chain. So keep your just friendly advice. Keep your pulse on that. All right, Walter, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. No, I mean, and the foul line is just really just a variety of smaller moves with all the other divisions of about $500,000. So, and that's the bulk of this. And there's some accompanying tables, and we'll be glad to address any questions you have about the structure.
I've got Dr. Warner. The only one I wanted for me was I'd love a breakdown of I love just like a narrative on the overtime number. It's a big swing for you all. It's not as big, but and then the large professional services vendors. If that's one vendor, if that's two. That's $500,000. I'm curious about what the breakdown. That was my question. I've got Dr. Warren in the queue, and members, I'll be looking around.
So I guess my question is, out of the money that we transferred from police and transferred from parks, what potentially isn't going to happen in those two areas, and where was this money taken from? Are we at a potential loss of services based on where we transferred it from? And I'd like to echo, I guess, what our chair is saying about if we're really, I mean, we know we've got a dilapidated fleet, and we know that we've got to have our fire trucks up and running, and when they break, sometimes it's expensive repairing them, and we can't predict when that is. But hopefully, and we've been trying to get ahead of this in getting appropriate equipment in time. So I guess the question is, if we've got an idea that we're breaking more than we want, and it's been a pattern, we should put that into our next year's budget instead of coming back like this. So I just wondered what are we going to miss from police, and what are we going to miss from parks and the other large donators from this?
Well, I would actually, I don't know if you want to speak to it, Chief Adams, I would actually welcome the divisions to speak to that question if they would like.
I can speak to it. So in this exercise, specifically with regard to general services, this is a reallocation of fuel money. This year, we looked at police.
What is field money?
So you have dollars that are baked in every division's budget, in which they are billed back from general services for the fuel. In this particular year, so you have fuel, you have city shop fuel, and then of course you have city shop charges. Your city shop charges are your mechanic charges. This particular year, we were trending well below expenditures for police services. We looked again to just understand, are we truly putting all the vehicles out on the road? Are we fueling them? Do they have enough fuel? And we understood that we were. So with respect to this, we were able to reallocate some of the fuel money, which was a savings. Otherwise, it would have dropped to the bottom line as a surplus. To the repairs over at fire. So we were able to do that with respect to police, and then I think there was a nominal amount from parks, and I think there was something else from the general services, general fund.
I think parks was the next largest donor.
Yes.
What was that from in parks?
Parks.
Also from fuel?
No, I think that was from some other lines that they had outside service repair. Is it? Yeah. Shop charges.
Shop charges.
Yeah.
So you didn't have as many vehicles break down, and therefore you didn't have as large a shop charge.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm wondering if some of this may have had to do with, the fact we had extra help for our police and other people here in town. That made a difference with the number of miles we had to put on our vehicles, and we're able to do a little bit more investigation and arresting and less driving. Thank you, Chief. I needed that. Appreciate it.
All right. Councilwoman Logan. Oh, okay, Councilwoman Logan, and then, all right, hold on. Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Logan, then Councilwoman White.
I just had a quick question. The old Allen Station reference that's Austin P Station?
The new Austin P station or
In here it says Old Allen Station. I didn't see Austin P, so I didn't know if they didn't have any city shop fuel charges, or is it under Old Allen Station?
Oh, I see it.
Austin P.
Yeah, so for the record, I think the answer was, and I'm just going to confirm this, it's Old Allen Station, Service Center 140301 should read Austin P.
That is correct. CJ Davis, 170 North Main Street. That is correct, sir.
I mean, I know we do. You all are using the Old Allen Station, so I didn't know which one it was.
I definitely understand that confusion. They never changed the title for the new Austin P.
Okay.
That is the cost center.
Okay.
For that. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White.
I think I understand now the fire services one. And it looks like for the fleet management that it's just simply from full-time to overtime for not having the staff. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. When they are running low on staff, then we take that money and reallocate it to their overtime. The highest driver, as you can probably imagine, would be the fire shop. And then, of course, the other drivers would be our solid waste maintenance shops.
And then I literally was walking in, so I apologize. What was the reason for the request for same night minutes? With such these are some big moves to try to look over. And I just got this yesterday afternoon. So I've been trying to study it and figure it out. But what's the deal with the request for same night minutes?
Well, I will say this relative to that. This did come before council during the last meeting, but it was held. And then during the course of it being held, we did make some modifications because some new information came in. But there was a version of this that was before council, and in the last meeting.
Yeah, kind of. So it came Friday late. We chose to hold it because it was a lot of moving money with same 9 minutes. We had a lot going on. It has been on. However, it begs that's a fact. It didn't really answer the councilman's question,
No, it
which
didn't.
is what is the
So what's driving this is, and what's really important, consider that the fleet fund is an internal service fund. And so you don't want the fleet fund itself to continue to go in have a negative balance or carry a negative balance. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you shore up that fund so that the charges that are aligned with the services are aligned in real time, so that we can finish the year and everyone finishes the year above board.
Another way to say that is that we didn't budget right. The budget's off. We gotta reconcile. And if we don't, they can't pay bills. And that's a crass way to say it. You know, we're just kind of in one of those positions where there's a claim on cash again. And if we don't move money, then it sits.
Okay. And then going to table 3. Can we just get a summary of what the issue is with the $16 million? I understand that it's being just moved around from within.
Yes, ma'am. We can get that to you. It'd probably be away from this particular session, but we can get that to you.
Okay. And then the last question I had was, can I also get an itemization for the last request on the whereas, where it says all other divisions, budget neutral allocations between divisions, multiple legal levels and multiple line items accounts in an amount up to $500,000?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's just kind of a blank general statement. So I want to know what's included or anticipated in that $500,000, or if you all want to take that off for the time being until we're able to know what that $500,000 is.
Okay, we can get that to you as well.
Thank you.
All right, I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councilwoman White has requested one item that I was concerned about, and I have the same thing. I'm just getting this. I didn't have it in my book, and I'm just getting it in it. And you're asking for same night minutes. I don't want to sound redundant for such a huge and a large amount of money. And then I think, Chief, you said something about their various multiple divisions that's unexpected, various items, I think you said, and I don't want to misquote you. I want to make sure that I said it right. And I want to know what they are. We need items. I need to understand, because this is such a huge amount of money, and we're about to go into budget, and you are moving money like this, and then expecting same night minutes, and we have not really, I know that we talked about it 2 weeks ago, and we asked for, I think, more full detail where we are today. But when you tell me various unexpected across multiple, what I need to know what they are, how we're moving this money, why, and what it looks like. Just saying it's just blank. Like, it's just blank to me.
So, Councilwoman, if I may, just looking at the clock and time, what I'd like to do is let's take the same 9 minutes off of this and let's move it downstairs without a recommendation. Okay. And if you guys can get everybody comfortable, then come back at 4. And then we'll dispose of it in the main meeting. You know, we'll just suspend the rules, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like an executive. Yeah. Okay. Like, you see what's happening? Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So
Thank
we're
you,
gonna,
Chairman.
yes, ma'am. Because again, I think I kept looking. I'm with you. So just for clarity's sake, without objection, this item is going to go downstairs with no recommendation in 2 weeks, without same night minutes, barring a move in executive or a suspension of the rules downstairs, whatever. Seeing no objections, that item happened. All right. It's an official motion. Item number 2, Q3 CIP and operating updates from finance all council districts requested by the Budget Committee. The floor is yours.
Okay, Walter Person again. We'll start with CIP, and that is the presentation that is on the screen. And I have joining me the budget manager, or essentially the CIP finance manager, who will be presenting this report. And we'll field questions together based on that. And this is Jasmine Joyner Marshall. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Marshall.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Jasmine Joyner Marshall, 125 North Main. So in Q3, we had $73.5 million in CIP expenditures across all funding sources, mostly led by police and public works. The next slide, which is a pie chart, is just a visual representation of the impact of those expenditures by division. The next slide shows the top expenditures by project, which contains all project expenditures that surpass $1 million. So I'm going to go through these kind of quickly. You have a lot of sewer and stormwater improvement, assessment, and design. You have the Axon body cameras and cloud storage from police. You have the land acquisition for the operations and maintenance facility for MATA, flyer fleet acquisition. You have some paving in the resurfacing groups 1 and 2. The Smart City project, which is CCTV camera installations throughout the city. The broadband infrastructure, it's just a drop cost subsidy. And you have the cost for the sign shop acquisition at 1555 Three Place. And that accounts for about 56 million of the 73.5. And here is just a screen capture of the CIP dashboard, which is a BI dashboard tool. It refreshes daily, as well as the CIP Council District Project Map and the hyperlinks at the bottom. And then the last few pages are an addendum that contains the spend for all active projects for the quarter, and it nets back to the figure on the second page. And that's all I have.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair. The Smart City project expense, is this, can you kind of elaborate on that one? Page 4. The one, the 2 million, and then the 5 million. 499, 467.
Yes, ma'am. Now, that project involves a variety of initiatives. It looks at security aspects, just general technological upgrades. I'm going to look around me and see if IT is here, and they can give you a lot of more granular detail on that.
This doesn't have anything to do with the, I'm sorry, I mean to interrupt. I'm just going to cut to the chase. This one doesn't have anything to do with the fiber installation on the Smart City project.
The Blue Suede. She's talking about the, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And yes.
Is it any of this payment going towards that?
Yes, the one in, I'm sorry, the broadband infrastructure project, I believe 918,000 of that went to M Street.
On page 4.
All right, so yeah, I'm going to help. I want to make sure that we're saying this clear because she's clearly asking. I just want it for the record. So, information technology IT 01009 Smart City project has an allocation appropriation of $2 million with Q3 expenditures of 1.226 million and change. Of that, did any of it go as part of the project commonly known as Blue Side Brigade, M Street, or Smart Fiber?
No, it's the other project, the broadband infrastructure project.
Okay. So that one on HCD is your.
Yeah, the Smart City is just camera installations.
Boom.
You said the broadband internet infrastructure one is where that is?
Yes.
So are we making certain that the payments match what the deliverable was supposed to be?
My team is. Yeah, my team is, yes.
Okay. But they gave a presentation and there was this morning, and it's a long way to go on a lot of the things that were listed. But I'm just making sure that the payments that are being made, that we are making sure that those things are getting done so we don't get down to the end and don't have what we're supposed to have.
Yeah, I think we need it. I hear you. I think she's saying is in her scope, in her responsibility.
Yeah,
that's not in there. She's doing her job to transfer the money, but we need it. Walter or somebody needs to update to the actual project specific.
Well, anybody in the room.
Yeah. Anybody.
And I guess you're talking about the project deliverables.
Right.
Oh, yeah, here we go. So the project deliverables, we partner with IT and engineering to make sure that those aspects are addressed. Oh, wow.
And this is with any project, but this one is just before us because we had that presentation this morning.
Exactly. So yeah, if we just quick hit it, overview, and then.
Yes, I get your point completely. This is not related at all to this morning, not directly. So this is related to what we're doing in the city with our smart city projects, which is camera, video management, data platform, that area. It's not the citywide fiber optic project, although we will connect to that in time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hey, Chief.
What did you say? What?
So when I was doing my research to compile this report, I saw some payments to M Street Fiber in the broadband infrastructure project. So I assumed that they were interrelated, but
It could be that they are a vendor. We use different vendors to install things, but it's not related to the citywide fiber project.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You good?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right. A lot of these projects roll. We're in budget season again. All right. Thank you. We will move on to hang tight. Who's bringing item number 5? I got Parks. Parks is going to bring that. Okay. Let's go ahead and do Parks then. Why don't y'all hang just in case, and I'll bring Parks up over here. You can head on. Yeah. Walter, you got to stay. You always have to stay. All right, I'm going to read. So, sorry, everybody. Item number 5 is a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2026 general fund operating budget in the amount of $575,000 for the Memphis Parks Division All Council District, sponsored by the administration. And then we're going to go to 3. Thank you. Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Green. Do we? Yes, sir. The Division of Parks is here. The floor is yours.
All right, Justice Boulder, 2599 Avery. So this $575,000 request is budget neutral. These funds were already appropriated in FY26, and this is to cover a projected shortfall for Liberty Park and the surrounding facilities. Yeah, and just to kind of recap, so in FY25, Liberty Park lost about $264,000, and also previously we provided about $125,000 in support during FY25. For FY26, the park lost about $233,000 through December, and this request both covers a funding shortfall of $371,000 for FY26, and also just to make sure we get through the end of the fiscal year, an additional $204,000.
What is it is just very broad in scope about surrounding facilities. Maybe I'm just not understanding. So it's just literally a backstop?
Yeah, well, so Oakview Group manages Liberty Park, all the surrounding facilities. So we're talking parking, security, et cetera.
So purely operational?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and also we have the Creative Arts Building as well as the Pipkin Building.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. Councilman Kennelly.
Thank you, Chairman. What's the number for the Coliseum in that? What that's costing us?
You're talking about the Mid-South Coliseum? Nothing.
There's nothing that comes out of that shortfall that.
No.
Okay.
I mean, my guess is anything would be like spread between police services and our risk policy and things like that.
Yeah.
Some C4 would be great. I can make the case all day. Okay. Are there any other questions? I will say, do you have a breakdown? You mentioned that, so look, I got it. It's an operating shortfall. Obviously, I'm just going to be honest. Liberty Park's kind of a hot button issue around here because there are so many moving pieces. it doesn't have same night minutes, but has to happen. Some form of documentation slightly behind this one that shows that operating loss in larger buckets would be helpful.
Yes,
I would
we
like
can
to
share that.
attach it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It does not have to be down at like invoice level. Okay. All right. Colleagues, any other questions or comments for Parks? We was moved. Yes, sir. All right. We're going to send this down in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation so long as it gets its backing information. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item goes down. Favorable recommendation. Final item of the day. Everyone is dismissed. We need Law Division to come up or somebody from representative of the Law Division. We have an update from Law Division on the allocation and appropriation of ARPA interest revenue, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Logan, would you like to say anything before we get an update?
Yes, I did speak with Attorney Lester, and they are actively using this money to benefit the city of Memphis and move forward with some of this blight that we were having issue with. And I just wanted to make sure we stay abreast and apprised of what's going on, as well as the constituents. So we've asked them to come and just give us updates each month.
Wonderful. We have your name and title, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
The green button. Lonnie Lester at 40 South Main. I'm the city's anti-blight litigation manager and lead prosecutor, and I've been in charge of some of the city's anti-blight litigation efforts. Receipt of the ARPA funds, we have used that to expand our division. So we have hired additional prosecutors to assist with not only what we can traditionally consider anti-blight cases, but all code enforcement cases that we're working to take over. And so that would include housing code violations, environmental issues. So it really spans a lot of different areas. Key to that effort, in addition to hiring personnel, we've obtained software to help us with case management. And so we are dealing with thousands of cases, not only in environmental court, but we've expanded to Chancery and potentially Circuit, which is where some of those cases are appealed to. We have engaged outside counsel as well, and so that has allowed us to tackle complex litigation, and it means that we have pursued different efforts that we otherwise would not have been able to pursue in environmental court. That means piercing the corporate veil, where there's an LLC that might not otherwise come to court or be compliant, particularly in cases where they have not shown up and appeared and defended in environmental court. We've been able to assert claims for the city's administrative costs, in addition to seeking injunctive relief to abate some of the really serious housing conditions, in particularly multifamily housing complexes. We are taking on some of the typical tools that we have used in new ways. So Neighborhood Preservation Act litigation through not only environmental court, but again in Chancery. We are pursuing agreements with property owners outside of court to abate their nuisances on a timeline, including immediate action for those, again, multifamily housing complexes where they're currently inhabited by tenants who might be dealing with substandard conditions that might not be immediately addressed in environmental court. But we have been able to gain some compliance in part through our enhanced litigation efforts. So word gets around very quickly that the city is taking these kinds of cases very seriously, that they become very costly for not only the property owners, but for any party that might have a financial interest in the properties that are the subject of litigation. We have used all of the ARPA funds, yes.
Okay, you have?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm done, thank you.
Dr. Reese Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Attorney Lester, for coming to share that. I had a few questions that if you aren't able to answer them, you can always send it back in an email.
Absolutely.
What's the process for how you're doing this? And then does environmental court impact that at all? And if it does, how? Also, what's the time frame? And can we get a breakdown of how you exactly spent the money per dollar? And then your successes so far, and then if you could just share any tangible success stories that your area has actually done, that would just help us understand it. And as you just told Councilwoman Logan, if you spent all of the funding, is this expected to continue in the next fiscal year? Is there going to be an increase in legal's line item to be able to continue this, and I just want to understand everything, I guess. That's all. Something that I can look at and really see how we're getting a benefit from this work.
Absolutely. Now, I'll have to follow up with the exact numbers on what the money was spent on, but I can tell you kind of broadly and generally without those numbers that it allowed us to engage additional prosecutors.
When
and to
I get
fund
those parts, you
okay.
said prosecutor,
Mhm.
software, and outside litigation, but
Right.
it doesn't break down how, when, and where, and how it's effective for that. We can also share this with our constituents
Absolutely,
to show
and I
what
would have to-
you're doing and how that translates into something that's effective for our folks.
So increased personnel means that we can take on more cases and more effectively
No, I
litigate
get
the
that.
cases. Okay.
I need to know how much was spent on who was hired and what did they do and what time frame, and are they expected to continue that work with whose money?
They're expected to continue the work. I'll have to get back to you on the exact numbers and on how we plan to fund those going into the next fiscal year. But right now, my understanding is that their continued employment are a part of our expanded efforts to continue to fight blight. So there's no immediate plans to discontinue those efforts, either with the counsel that we've hired on behalf of the city, who are now city prosecutors, or with our outside engaged counsel.
Okay, so that might be a good thing to, I guess I'm requesting this is coming in our budget committees is starting. Like what exact monies and then what are you actually producing? I would love to see that.
Well, and I think the product is the litigation, and that's the tangible efforts. So, for example, you asked for a success story. I think
all of them, though. Like how many are going to court? How many are held up? How many are stalled by environmental court? How many do we expect to see within a year, 6 months? What's the time frame of the work that you're doing? I do appreciate the overview, but it doesn't give me anything to substantiate in my mind because I can't see any viable tangibility in any numbers that you're saying. I want to be able to see what you're saying on paper. That's all.
I will follow up with you on average timeline for litigation. I will share that some of these litigations are rather relatively new. So I was only engaged this past August, and so some of the new litigation is still pending, and the resolution I think would say is forthcoming. We do have a series of wins, but I don't think that I would paint an accurate picture by saying, oh, it's going to be resolved entirely within 3 months, 6 months, 7 months. So some of the wins might be immediately, requiring compliance from a landlord or a property owner. An immediate win might be securing some alternative housing for a tenant that may be in substandard housing conditions. But that doesn't mean the litigation is over. It doesn't mean that the city has recovered its administrative cost or that the litigation might not remain pending longer. So it's a little bit more nuanced, but I'm happy to work
I'd love
on
to see as much as you can provide.
Some more information, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I've got Councilwoman Logan and then Cooper Sutton.
Hey, I'm sorry. When you were here before, you mentioned that you all purchased software. You all were using Excel spreadsheets, and now you're able to use software. Do you recall how much the software was?
I do not remember how much the purchase price was, but I can follow up and get that number for you.
I do know that was one of the major things. And if you could include in the response what purchasing that software has afforded you all to do or given you the liberty to do, I do know it allowed you all to come to automate your system and manage both the court, the dockets and things like that. So include that first and foremost.
Absolutely. We're still onboarding that software, and so some of that is what we anticipate we will get from the software that we've purchased. But we did complete the contract for purchase in January, and now we're in the process of onboarding the software, which kind of requires file transfers and putting in new systems. But we do anticipate that there will be a lot of automation and more efficiency to help us manage our current caseload.
Thank you.
Who's got public services? Who does public services? Sorry. What I think would be helpful is why don't you guys do the data dive and then get a committee time on the because what Dr. Reese Thomas is looking for is a disposition update basically on how cases were disposed of and results. But two-part, yeah. Right. And then we asked request for the software and some of those opportunity costs that they provided. And I think because that right there would is a much more robust conversation because you're talking about direct indirect.
Well, Attorney Gibson did share, take a deep dive. She did give us that at her last presentation at our last council meeting. I think it might have even
In the attorney
came
line.
and presented for you, and she gave a lot of that. That would be good to bring it back.
So whoever's got, I don't know where we want to stick it, but I think public service might be the best committee for that. But yeah. Anyway, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to know, and you can just send it, your process of going around the environmental court. Because you all are separate from environmental court, am I right?
We litigate in environmental court, so we are sort of like what the DA's office is to the criminal courts.
Okay.
That's what our office is to the environmental court.
There was some money, and I guess we allocated. And last year in my budget, I allocated monies to help. $200,000, it was $200,000 that this body, that we allocated to help our senior citizens and those constituents that go to environmental court that have little minor issues, to pull them out of environmental court to help renovate their homes. What part do you all play in? Because I think Attorney Gibson, from what Councilwoman Logan said, that there may be a little issue there, and I'm just trying to figure out, because we got money sitting out there that can help our constituents that I allocated, and my colleagues, we agreed to help them to bring their homes and everything up to code. So where, Chief, come on, you up here. I know you about to break it down. Come on, you're the savior today. Let's break it down.
No, ma'am, not the savior. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer. I think what you're referring to is the money that was allocated to environmental court that would help those residents that went there or had complaints there. That money and the execution of that dollar is with environmental court. It may be available to Ms. Lester or someone else that actually brings a case to environmental court, but it would be for those in environmental court to administer out. So the accountability would have to go back to environmental court. I think the prosecution is what they handle.
Let me.
I think it was given to the was it given to the foundation, Environmental Court Foundation? It was.
It was.
Okay. They're in charge of it now. So,
do we know how much has been used?
He can come.
Did you come back? I want to know how much has been used, how many of our constituents has benefited from this, because it is to take some of the pressure off of them, and that's why that money, and we got another budget season, and we want to put some more money into that to help our citizens, especially if there's small, minor things that can be fixed. So I need to know where we are, how much money has been spent, if any has been spent, and what we need to do to move this forward. Or do you all have a special fund that's set up? So that's what I wanna know. So I'm gonna yield.
I'd love to have that data.
I just need to know the data, because constantly I just need the data and I need the numbers. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. All right. Great program. It's something we've talked about a long time, trying to beef up that area. I'm glad we got a chance. I cannot wait to get, it sounds like anecdotally it's been going very smoothly, very helpful. Can't wait to get some of the harder data to look at. I'm sorry I missed Chief Gibson's presentation. Thank you to the finance team. Thank you for the work, by the way. Lonnie Lester, right?
Yes, that's right.
God, I need to build a friggin' legal sitcom around you. Lonnie Lester, attorney at law. Come on, it's just such a good name. Come on. Come on. You know it's good. All right. Any other
Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And Chair Spinoza.
Thank you, Clay. All right, so we've got 4 items on the agenda, but we're actually going to hold item number 3. So I'm going to read that for the record. Item number 3, PD 25-084387, Raleigh LaGrange Road, District 1, Super District 9. That item is going to be held for 2 weeks till our next City Council committee meeting. So just like that, 3 items on the agenda. Item number 1, Memphis 3.0 zoning code map updates, all council districts. This is what we've been doing every council meeting this year so far. So nothing for us to, no need to make a motion on anything. Nick, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, council members. As I'm sure you can tell, we've got some new faces here today. We're going to be giving you an opportunity today to meet our consultant, who is Camiros. So here with me, I got Chris Jeanette and Arista Strungis with them. They've been helping us on this code update now for 2 years. I wanted to, one, give you an opportunity to see them, kind of lift the veil about who's been doing a lot of work on this. And of course, give you an opportunity to ask questions of them. So before I get into that, I'm going to give you a quick update on the timeline of this whole thing. You should know that we're going to be requesting a 1-month hold Thursday at the Land Use Control Board meeting. So it will appear on the Land Use Control Board's agenda on Thursday, as we stated last month. We are going to ask for a 1-month hold. We've been having some really good conversations with all sorts of stakeholders of all varieties. We think it'll be good to get another month of those conversations, and so we're going to be asking for a 1-month hold. That being said, our staff and these folks will give a detailed presentation at the meeting. I wanted to plug the division's YouTube account. That presentation will be available. I think it'll be a really good resource for answering constituent questions. The last thing about timeline is we published a new draft of the full code text on May 8th. So before I hand it over to them, I want to talk a little bit about why you bring in a third party to help you with this in the first place. The first and foremost reason, of course, is the sheer volume of work. It's taken enormous effort to rewrite our whole zoning code, to pull it apart and put it back together. And so that's really reason number 1. Number 2 is sort of helping with that organization. It's one thing, some of the things that I and Director Ragsdale do is, we have ideas for things of how to make the code better. It's good to have outside eyes come in and help you piece it together into a code, right? 3 is getting fresh eyes on our current code. Director Ragsdale and I, we read the code, our UDC, every day for a living, right? So we're very, very familiar with it. It's good to get new, fresh eyes, folks who are reading it for the first time and have that outside experience on it. And finally, and what Chris will be talking mainly about, I think, is taking that local knowledge that we have and we're continuing to, improve through the public engagement process and joining it with national experience that you need both of really to have a great zoning code. You should know, I think I've said this before, but just to make things clear, we're bringing 2 documents to you as far as the UDC. One is the code text. That's what Camiros and us have been working on collaboratively. We're also going to be bringing to you a new zoning map. That's been done in-house. I think the thing to stress today is each one of those halves really works together, and improving them at this, overhauling them at the same time really makes both halves of that document better. So that's one of the things we're excited about. Just want to make that clear on what the sort of division of labor has been like. If you want to learn more, if you want to hear more about from these folks, hear more from our staff, and know a little bit more about the process, we have published a 2-part podcast series. It totals almost, 90 minutes worth of content, interviews with DPD staff and Camiros, kind of give you a little peek behind the curtain of what the internal process of building this thing has been like. So with that, I will turn it over to Chris.
Thanks. All right. I am a notorious low talker, so I'm just going to move this and get comfy. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here in front of you all for the first time to talk a little bit about what we've been doing with the UDC. So as you all know, the Unified Development Code together with the zoning map are 2 key implementation tools
for the vision that's been established in the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. The UDC really serves to take that vision, the vision of the community for the future that was established in the plan, and to translate it into a set of concrete regulations that really help that policy touch the ground here in Memphis. We've spent a lot of time clarifying and streamlining the regulations just to make sure that this is a document that is easy to use, easy to understand, and that results in more predictable outcomes for residents, for staff who are working at the counter, and for anyone who might be interested in developing or investing in the community. As Nicholas mentioned, we have been working collaboratively for the past 2 years, and that's something that we really feel passionately about at Camiros. We think that the best outcomes really arise from a genuine collaboration. So, whereas we are national consultants, we have a broad range of experience with communities large and small all around the country. We know what we don't know, and we know that staff knows Memphis better than we do. Staff is heir to kind of all of the weird traditions and idiosyncrasies of the way that development happens in the city. They know where all the bodies are buried. They know where the mines are located, skeletons in the closet. Add your own metaphor here. Essentially, we need that deep local understanding paired with our broader experience in national best practices to really produce the best product here. And I just want to reiterate that, our intent is not to bring in a code that worked somewhere else and drop it here and say, here you go, Memphis, here's your code. Really what we want to do is work with staff and the community to build a product from the ground up that works for the city of Memphis and Shelby County. So this is the first time you're seeing my face, but we didn't do this overnight. We have been working together for the past 2 years. We started with an intensive research, review, and analysis phase. So working through basically all of the policy documents, the current UDC, looking at the map, looking at basically everything we could get our hands on to try and figure out what's going on with development in the city and the county. We actually toured around in a van for 2 days with a bunch of folks from the DPD staff, got to know each other very well over the course of that time, just asking questions, learning as much as we could, and drinking from the fire hose, essentially. After that period, we produced a drafting directions report, which kind of synthesized our analysis of the current UDC and presented directions for moving into an actual code draft. And that was released about a year ago in April of 2025. So since then, we have put together a staff draft, and we've been working with staff, meeting for about 4 hours a week for the past 6 months to review, refine, and iterate on that draft. So literally walking through line by line, talking about each provision. Does this make sense? Is this what we want to do? Is this going to work in Memphis? The draft, as it's written, is really intended to prioritize clarity and predictability. We have worked hard to streamline the organization of the code and the way that it's structured to really make it more accessible and to improve the ease of use for members of the community as well as staff who are administering this thing and working with it on a day-to-day basis. You can see on the right-hand side of this slide just a couple key takeaways. We've gone from about 542 pages in the current UDC down to about 315. It's been about a 45% reduction in the word count of the code. And we think that we have lost a bunch of volume and maintained the quality. There was just codes of this age, they just kind of grow in size over time as new things arise. What are you going to do? You're going to adopt an amendment. You're going to add something to the code. And over time, those additive processes just kind of result in something that falls out of sync and all of the pieces kind of stop working together effectively. So what we've been able to do is pull a lot of that extra stuff out and really work on clarifying and streamlining what's left in the code. An important thing was developing consistent terminology and working through all of the definitions in the code, really the language that the code is based on, right? So refining that language, making sure that it's working really well, and then pairing that with more objective standards so that if somebody comes into the development counter, they've got a staff planner looking at their application, the answer can't be maybe or I don't know. I need to look at the code and try and figure out what the code means. We want to make more efficient review processes possible. So the code should really kind of speak for itself. We've also added a lot of diagrams and illustrations to help explain standards and kind of clarify complex concepts. You can see just some examples of those here, whether it's clear sight triangles or height transitions, where you can locate your attached garage or what we're requiring in terms of design for townhouse developments. So many things within the new code are illustrated for clarity. We have also restructured, reorganized, and simplified the use approach within the code to really reflect how the city and the county are working today. So we reviewed all of the uses within the current code, audited them, said, do we need to keep this? Is this working? Is this definition working? Do we need to update this? Are there gaps that we need to fill? So we've got a whole new set of uses, including new options for housing forms throughout the city, as well as things like neighborhood scale mixed use through a neighborhood commercial establishment use. We've also updated the use standards associated with all those uses to make sure that we're addressing potential impacts. In terms of the zoning district structure, we have spent a lot of time, again, auditing, looking at all of the districts within the current code. I think there are about 43 now. And we have cut that number, again, roughly in half. And that's based on a lot of analysis that we've done, GIS analysis, looking at lot sizes and setbacks, trying to figure out where there are redundancies, that the built pattern is basically the same, even though you've got 3 or 4 districts applied, right? So where can we eliminate districts? Where can we consolidate their intent? Where can we refine dimensional standards? So we've updated all of the dimensional standards associated with the districts, and we have also added some simple design controls where needed, just to ensure high quality development moving forward. We've also spent a lot of time working on right-sizing the administration of the code, with the idea being that if you've got an application that comes in that's meeting the letter of the code, we don't want to push you through multiple approval processes that are going to drag out your timeline, going to cost you money, going to cost everybody a little bit of grief. We want to make approvals a little bit simpler. We've also updated the special use permit approval process. We've collapsed those kind of parallel CUP and SUP processes into a single new process moving forward. And we've updated the administrative modification process too. So those things that are small enough that fall beneath the threshold that they can be modified administratively. We've worked on updating and clarifying a whole range of site development standards that are in the code. So this is stuff that's not districts and not uses. We're talking about accessory structures, things like your garage, how big can it be, where can it go? Accessory uses like home occupations and accessory dwelling units. We've worked on standards for exterior lighting. We brought in a whole new set of standards for fences and walls, dealing with where they can go, how high they can be, materials that are allowed. Permitted encroachments, so architectural features like balconies or bay windows that might encroach into a required setback or a right-of-way. What are those? When are they allowed? How far can they encroach? Thinking about all of these different types of things, right? Open space standards, how much is required? How are we requiring that open space is designed? Parking, loading, and access, looking at all of the parking ratios that are within the current code. We've worked hard to kind of audit those, reduce them in a lot of cases, update the loading standards as well as access management. We've consolidated all of the landscape requirements in the code into a single new article, Article 14, which deals with basically all landscape required on your site, whether it's parking lot perimeter landscape or interior landscape or landscape buffers that are required in certain situations. Signs has been kind of a big lift. We have completely rewritten the signs chapter to make sure that it is kind of modern and organized well and clear, and that it meets content neutrality standards from recent Supreme Court cases. And we've been coordinating with the Downtown Memphis Commission to make sure that within the CBID, those standards are going to work for them as well. And then lastly, we have updated public realm standards as well. So we've taken kind of a holistic look at everything that's within the code, taken it apart, and put it all back together again. So just to kind of put a bow on this, we think that the 2 years of collaboration between our team and the DPD team have really resulted in a product that incorporates comments, that takes the direction of Memphis 3.0, and builds a set of regulations that are really going to work to implement that moving forward. We think it's a clearer, kind of more consistent framework that's going to allow for development approvals to proceed much more smoothly than they have in the past. And we think that the draft UDC, as it's kind of in front of you today, is a strong foundation for continued review, refinement, and next steps moving forward into adoption. So that is the end of the short presentation, and I invite any kind of questions or comments that y'all have.
All right, thank you for that. We've got 2 council members in the queue. First off, we have Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. So Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation and the work that you've been doing with the DPD department to get us closer to where we need to be. Just had a couple of questions. As it relates to the right sizing, is it possible for us, well, I know I wanted it, my colleagues may want it, to get like a one-pager on what changes have been made in the approval levels or the approval process. Just one page or just simple, or infograph or whatever picture. I don't care how, just something simple to show what changes are being proposed in the approval process, wherever it is, wherever they are located in the document. Number one. Number two, with all the changes, I'm kind of all over the place, with all the changes that are being made, what is changing in your ability or in code enforcement's ability to enforce these things? Because you can do it all day, and if it's still the same, we're going to see the same thing. So, and what are your recommendations regarding that? Regarding the community design protections, Director Ragsdale, historically, we have complained about, asked about, begged for some concessions as relates to what the community looks like, what people are allowed to come in and do. Paint their buildings psychedelic, paint it yellow with graffiti on it. People can just do whatever they want to. So is the community design, is that where you've dealt with that? And are we limiting or putting protections in for the community? And if so, is that where they're housed? Because I want to be able to really hone in on that before we close out. Because I know you all are meeting and making changes, but I need to know, where those changes are, because that's where I get the most pushback from the community, when people just move in and open up and do whatever they want to without even thinking about the neighborhood or looking at what the neighborhood looks like and the culture there and things like that. So that's another. And then lastly, the signs. I know whenever I call about signs or when I've asked about signs, are you talking about the signs that are in the window? You're talking about the signs that are in the yards? Are you talking about the billboards, or all of them included in that same area where you all are putting signage changes? So those are the things that I wanted to know.
Sorry. I think we can prepare maybe an interpretive dance to communicate the administrative changes that have been made, or we could just get the one pager back to you. I think that
Either
might
way,
work better.
just simple.
All right.
Yeah.
Just listing all of the ones that are changed throughout, because, I know in terms of right sizing, you all know where they are. I have to go in and search. I don't need to, I just need you to tell me what they are so I can, see them right there. Under the right sizing.
Real quick, Councilwoman, are you good if they get back to us with those answers?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm asking for. They couldn't go. I don't know if you could do that today, but no, I want it in writing.
And if y'all could share that with all of us, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just as a preview too, there is some discussion of that in the drafting directions report, just in terms of us saying, here's what we're planning to do with administrative processes. I think there might have been one or two departures from that we had to kind of work our way through as we were moving into drafting. But if you want to preview before we're able to deliver that, you could take a look at that report. It's already
you
available.
can just make a list of the 10, 8, however many you have, wherever they are. I don't care what the headings are or anything. I just need to know what we use, what's in there now, and what you're proposing to change in terms of approval changes from council or land use control board, board of adjustments, whatever changes you're making in terms of approval or anything like that. Just make a list of them.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, we've got.
And they got the other 4, right? Y'all have the other thing.
I got those? Okay, yeah. All right, and then we've got 2 more council members. First off, we're going to have Cooper Sutton. Then we also have Councilman Warren and Councilwoman Walker. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you all for coming. There are a few things that I would like to see, and then there are some things I want deleted. You said something that was very disturbing to me, that you were going to, and I think I mentioned this to Nicholas because I heard it over there across the street, that you're going to eliminate some of our input. And you just said something about little approval to make it simple. And I think you just said that. And can you elaborate on that a little bit more, what you just talked about when you said that? think that's where the slide you were, and it was. And I want clarity to understand when you say that, because I'm going to tell you what I hear and what I heard across the street. And I think I've sent you the clip of the YouTube on what you said, because we are the elected officials and we are the voice of the people. And if you decide and your staff decide to take that away from us and you decide to make the final decision, then we don't need to be elected. We just need to have you and the staff. That's my first issue. And we need to relook at that, reevaluate that, and reword that and do that totally different. The second thing is you said eliminate some districts. I don't understand that. The guy said that. What's your name? I want to address you correctly.
Yes, my name's Chris.
Chris, yes.
Yes.
And you said eliminate some districts.
Yes.
So I just want to kind of fully understand when you say eliminating districts.
Yep.
And then the third thing I would like to see, and you can send it, you don't have to have it. We have all these meetings and you all come back and everybody's, "Yay!" The community is in agreement. I want to see on those little yellow sticky papers and how we sit down and the constituents write what they want to see. I want to see on a separate, detailed, what the constituents say, what they want to see in their computer and in their community, and how you have implemented that in these new codes. Because Chris and your company, we live here, work here, play here. We 8 to 5, 9 to 5, can to can't. These are communities that you're dealing with. And we want to see improvement. We understand that, code has to have some upgrade. But also, the voices of the people that and this is about to affect, I want to see streamlining what you have heard from these communities and how has this been modernized, as you say, and built in from the community on what they want to see in their communities. Those are the three things. The first thing, I want to eliminate it, because it is our voices that they elect us to be their voice to come through, not give you all the final say-so on it. And then the other ones, you can bring me or send it to me, or we can talk offline, but those are things I want to see. Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. We've got Councilman Warren.
Yes, thank you. One thing I think that may help us as we move forward, if there is a way that we could get some sort of program or ability for someone to say, I live at 225 Overton Park Street, and I want to look at the new zoning changes and what they mean in my neighborhood. And if you've already got it, how we can send people to it, so they'll get an idea about what we're trying to do. Because I can tell you there's a lot of confusion still in the public. Everyone thinks that we're trying to build an apartment building or put a Chick-fil-A right next to their house, and that someone's going to come buy the house next door and build a huge thing. I know that we have problems with out-of-town people coming and buying houses and starting, Airbnbs and stuff along that line, and that's happening in every neighborhood. So, how do we put this in such a way that it shows, in how do we protect with this code neighborhoods that are out there from being converted to Airbnb neighborhoods? So is that somehow in the code where we've got a exclusion for making an Airbnb in neighborhoods? Can we do that in this code as we move forward? And do you have there's two questions.
Okay. I can answer the Airbnb short-term rental question first, and the answer, for better or for worse, is no. We do not regulate short-term rentals through the zoning code, and we can't per state law. But I can, what is maybe better news, I can pull up what we have been made available to the public that I think gets a little bit to what you're asking for. So folks can go on our website, that's 901udcupdate.com.
And 901udcupdate.com.
That's correct, yes. And then you can type in any address, or you can just zoom in and click. And it'll tell you in a few words what is allowed, what is not allowed in our recommendation. So what would be allowed here, detached and attached, semi-attached, single-family homes. What would not be allowed, duplexes, apartments. What would be allowed, pursuant to some sort of additional approval. That, in this case, would be cottage courts. And the other thing you can get from this is you can click this Learn More button, and it will pull up a one-pager sheet for each zoning district, each of the 20 zoning districts, that will tell you basically the same thing, what will be allowed, with a little more detail about dimensional standards and things like that. So I think that may be what you're looking for, and that we've been doing our best to point folks to. Again, we recognize that public outreach on getting these things out can be difficult, but that's what's been made available.
Okay, so I know that there's, all of us need this because it's 901 UDC
update.com.
UDC update, 901 UDC update.com. I'm going to try to play with it and make sure I can show people about it. We still have people are still worried. I appreciate you taking an extra month. I think we need to figure out who our most worried people are, and let's do some counseling and get them in and really sort of show them how they don't really need to worry, because I think y'all have done a good job on this, and I think that it's going to try to do what we need it to do, which is increase density but protect neighborhoods. So I think that's the goal. We want to increase density and protect neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Well said. And on short-term rentals, we've got, I think the 90th day we asked y'all to come give us an update, 90 days. That's May 31st. So we'll have an update on a lot of what I think are great updates. And it really all comes back to enforcement and what we can. So if somebody moves in and starts buying houses, they're going to have to register now as a short-term rental, whereas they didn't have to in the past. But we'll save that for the next council meeting. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You made a comment, and that's what has prompted my question. You were saying about you do things, you've done work in different cities, and so you do different work. You don't carry it over to each city because it can, vary. As it relates to you working in multiple cities in recent times and currently, what is trending in terms of the needs and the concerns as it relates to data centers?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big thorny thing, as I'm sure you know, and approaches are still evolving because it's a relatively kind of novel land use in a lot of places. And I'm going to let Arista jump in too if she has anything to add. We are aware of the concerns around data centers in a lot of places. Generally, what we do from a regulatory perspective is we say we have to kind of wait for policy before we implement that through any kind of land use regulation. So if there's clear policy that's been established or a process that's kind of come through the city and the county saying, here's what we want to do about data centers, then we can kind of roll those things forward into the regulations. We don't tend to kind of regulate proactively for those types of things because some communities do see value in them and want them in certain locations, and other communities go in a different direction. So there's no real kind of one answer in terms of how places are dealing with them. Places are kind of just dealing with them on an ad hoc basis right now, and it's new enough that I don't think that there are really many trends that we're starting to see.
Sure. I'll add some stuff. Yeah, I've been seeing it in kind of projects that I've been working on too, that they're coming in more and more often. Generally, like Chris is right, there's no one approach that anybody's taking. Most often you'll see if they're very scared that one is coming in, they will push it into the heaviest industrial category, make it a special use, so it requires additional approval, and then add a whole series of standards related to how it uses electricity, how it uses water, how it creates electromagnetic interference potentially, that it has to prove that everything's capable of doing it. They're not a protected use, so they don't have to be allowed within a city, but yeah, it's really evolving based on kind of all the concerns, the legitimate concerns we're hearing about things like water and pollution, those types of things, noise.
And Brett Raxo with DPD, and I'll just add, a lot of these things that we're talking about, we know that there are other agencies that, with electricity and water utilities, that health department, that we need to have in these conversations as well. So zoning can only do so much, and then we have to really rely on the other agencies and work with them on some of the other concerns that may be coming from data centers. So I just want to add that.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for coming. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Great to meet you all. Thanks again for coming. Yeah, we'll see you again soon. All right, so that does it for item 1. Again, again, we held, let me do that again. Sorry, that sounded terrible. Yeah, so item 3's held. I'm actually going to go ahead and do item number 4 real quick. Item number 4, SNC 26-02, E.H. Crump Roundabout and Metal Museum Drive, District 6, Super District 8. Can I have a motion and a second? All right, motion's been made by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman, Madam Chair, Swearingen Washington. Part of our new process, this one's approved by DPD and LUCB with conditions. Council members, without objection, I'm going to send this downstairs with the positive recommendation, and if you want to get a presentation, of course, you can ask for one downstairs. So any objections to that? No objections, sir. All right, there are none. So that's it for item number 4. It's going to go downstairs with positive recommendation. Then the last item, item number 2, a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Bullington Avenue between South Parkway East and Taylor Street for James A. Bridges Sr., District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Smiley, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. There is a request to add on the consent agenda with same night minutes. I don't think we're necessarily going to do this today downstairs, but here we go. Councilman Smiley.
All right, thank you. This is an honorary street name change for a gentleman who is well known in the South Memphis community. I was asked that everyone would be added as a co-sponsor.
Yep.
It's going to be something big for the city of Memphis. It's just an honor. Somebody who did a lot for the community. Can't say much about it. Just look up Mr. Bridges, and with that, that's a move.
All right. The item's been moved by Councilman Smiley. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I would love to be a co-sponsor and excited for us to go ahead and do this on the day that we do it. So all those in favor of this item, please respond by saying aye. Aye. All right, anybody opposed? Of course not. The ayes have it. That does it for planning and zoning today.
Good afternoon. The May 12th, 2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Chairwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Logan. And Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. We have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1 is the discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, all council districts, requested by myself, Swearingen Washington. Any members have any questions regarding this item? All right, thank you. That moves us to our add-on items, which are items number 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Item number 15 is a resolution opposing congressional map splitting U.S. Congressional District 9, all council districts, sponsored by Smiley and White. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 16 is Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, appointments of Tricia Adrian, Curtis Braden, Adrian Henning, and Barbara Conway. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 17 is a resolution to swap $230,000 in Accelerate Memphis funds in the CI Fitness Project, PK 07134, with $230,000 in CIP funds in the Galloway Golf Course Repairs Project, PK 06019, to ensure proper completion of both projects, Districts 2 and 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 18 is a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate $500,000 from ST Bridge Repair Cover Line, project number ST03216, contract construction funds to Gayoso Inspection and Design, project number ST02002, to fund and repair the replacement of various structures in the Gayoso Bayou Drainage System, District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate $800,000 from Bridge Repair Cover Line, project number PW24400, to Knight Arnold Johns CK Bridge, project number PW02039, to fund the construction of the Knight Arnold Bridge, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 20 is a resolution to reduce grant funds in the amount of $80,000 from Tennessee Highway Safety Office, THSO, through the Tennessee Department of Safety, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 21 is a resolution approving an honorary street name of Bullington Avenue between South Parkway East and Taylor Street for James A. Bridge Sr., District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Smiley, Swearingen Washington, Cooper Sutton, Easter Thomas. Okay. There's a request to add on the consent agenda with same night minutes. The same night minute items are items 7, 8, 9, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Item 5 will be held until May 26, 2026. Item 11 will be held until June 9, 2026. Item number 1 is being withdrawn. Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, you're in the queue at this time.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wanted to ask if my name could be added on the redistricting resolution. I didn't get to do so in committee.
Yes, ma'am. We would do so at this time.
Can you add mine and mine?
Okay.
Thank you.
Me too, please.
Warren, Logan. All right. If no one else has anything else to add for this committee? Oh, Attorney
Chair,
Wade.
are we all on the
We have
street-
Attorney Wade here at this
Are
time.
we all
Thank
on
you.
the street naming resolution? Is that everyone? Do we have to ask to be on that?
Does everybody want to be added? Okay, is there anybody that does not want to be added to the bridges? Okay, add everyone. All right, we're now in the hands of Attorney Wade.
I don't like that. I don't like being in my hands. I just received a document from the mayor's office, which is a veto of ordinance 5969, caption ordinance to amend Article 7, Section 2-370 of the Code of Ordinances relative to arbitration of labor disputes, impasse procedures. We approved that, I think, March 24. It was signed by the chairman on that date. The mayor has the next two meetings to veto, and this, I've given you the document where he's done that. We have the next two meetings within which to veto if we choose to do so. So I'm not sure whether this meeting counts, but if it does, it would be either this one or the next one. And y'all can ask me questions about it because I just got it and you hadn't even seen it yet. So when we get downstairs, if you want to ask for further clarification, I'll be glad to provide it. I think she sent it to you. He sent it to you as well with a copy to me, but you've been in here, so you probably hadn't seen it.
Wonder, has it been added to the agenda? Is it on the agenda?
Someone would have to move to add it to the agenda. You'd have to do it downstairs.
Downstairs, we had to do it downstairs for it to be added to the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If no one else has anything to add to this committee, all right, we are adjourned. Please be mindful that the meeting starts at 4 o'clock.
All right.